Lebaksidasu paibagi
pung tara mathogido
नहीं मैंने कहा थोड़ा नहीं मेरा तो पहले नोट किया था ना यहीं पर इनके पास तो है नहीं
Hafte ya? Kaya no? Yes.
आपकी संगत होगी ना
authority gi maikaydagi thambirapba wafam amakhaktangna auditorium asigi manungda karigumba potsag amadi
Yes, we have some 9. I mean, this has been sold to 9 countries. And yeah, we started with the Manipuri boat, which is the most concept in Manipur, and was later upgraded to the which is the last Lila of India. So we wanted, give like a message of love to the other states also. Plus, we wanted to promote our culture with Ras Lila, so we made it. And that we did a little of activity we wanted to have
to support the remediation plan becomes our focus is mainly on remediation plan. It is only market, but it is in other civilized states. This market is spices contingent of it. But we are still focused like the oil. If it is converted into oil, it can, yes. Some of the more essential oils in our land. If we convert this into this, we can cover global market also. This is we have huge potential. Thank you.
You are taking the word.
आप देखें You have done it very well. I picked up the card also to tell people who are into sports and all. Because they do such things that we get it
Okay, thank you.
Honorable Governor of Manipur, here shortly, would like to request everyone to please give him welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we warmly welcome our chief guest, Honorable Governor of Manipur, along with guest of honor, Shri Anurag Vajpayee, Additional Chief Secretary, and also Dr. Vasudev Singh, President, Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry. As we commence this august gathering, let us stand tall in unity and pride for our national anthem.
जय गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much. You may kindly be seated. Ahan badalingshin biriba khwaipumna makpu ikok nona khurumjari namaskar. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings from the heart of the Northeast, from Manipur, where culture meets commerce and enterprise meets excellence. Before we begin this grand gathering of ideas and enterprise, let us celebrate the spirit of the land that welcomes us today. Manipur, a land of growth, resilience, and enduring strength. Poised for progress, Manipur beautifully blends rich cultural heritage with the renewed spirit of innovation and development. Located at the gateway to Southeast Asia, it stands as a vital hub for trade, connectivity, and cultural exchange under India's Act East policy. Its people embody an enduring spirit, transforming adversity into opportunity and reaffirming their place in India's journey of progress and promise. And it is in this very spirit of resilience and renewal that we gather here today for the Manipur Global Buyers and Sellers Summit 2025, organized under the RAMP initiative, Raising and Accelerating MSME Performance of the Ministry of MSME, Government of India. This summit, themed Bridging Business Sans Border, reflects that very vision, connecting Manipur's vibrant enterprise with global opportunities and shaping a future of shared growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to be joined by eminent leaders and distinguished dignitaries whose vision and leadership continue to guide the growth and progress of Manipur. We now have the pleasure of honoring and felicitating our distinguished guests. To do the honor, would like to request Srimati Yumnam Robita, IAS, Director, Textiles, Commerce and Industries, Government of Manipur. Showing our deep respect to our Honorable Governor of Manipur, Shri Ajay Kumar Bhallaji, our respected chief guest of today's function. And next we have our respected guest of honor, Shri Anurag Vajpayee, IFS, Additional Chief Secretary, Textiles, Commerce and Industries and Transport, Government of Manipur. We welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for your gracious presence. And last but not the least, to our respected President of today's function and also the President of Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, MCCI, Dr. Vasudev Singh. Thank you very much, Madam Director, for doing the honor. May I now humbly request our respected dignitaries to kindly come forward to light the ceremonial lamp, marking the auspicious beginning of the Manipur Global Buyers and Sellers Summit 2025. Thank you very much for doing the honor. We now invite Sri Anurag Bajpai, Additional Chief Secretary, Textiles, Commerce and Industries and Transport, Government of Manipur, to deliver the welcome and keynote address.
Honorable Governor of Manipur, Shri Ajay Kumar Bhallaji, President, Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industries, Shri Vasudev Singh, respected dignitaries from various countries, distinguished guests, representatives from industry associations, entrepreneurs, buyers, sellers, colleagues from the government, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you and a warm welcome to this Global Buyer Seller Summit 2025 in the state of Manipur. It is a matter of immense pride and privilege to welcome you all to this Buyer Seller Global Summit 2025, a celebration of enterprise, innovation and collaboration. We are deeply honored by the gracious presence of our Honorable Governor of Manipur, who has consented to grace this occasion, whose guidance and encouragement always inspire us to dream bigger for Manipur's economic future. Sir, we are honored, sir, with your presence. Today's gathering is truly special. Here under one roof, we have industry leaders, entrepreneurs, buyers, sellers from across India and foreign countries, namely Japan, Bangladesh, Thailand, Myanmar, and so on. All united by a common purpose to connect, collaborate, to create opportunities. This summit is not just an event, it's a bridge between Manipur and the world, between local enterprise and the global markets. Manipur has always opened its heart to the world. Our land is blessed with beauty, skill, and spirit. At the heart of Manipur's growth story are our micro, small, and medium enterprises. They represent the spirit of self-resilience, self-reliance, craftsmanship, and innovation that defines our people. From the rhythmic looms of our handloom clusters to the fragrance of our essential oils, from the artistry in bamboo and cane to the innovation in our food and natural product enterprises. Every creation here tells a story of tradition meeting talent. This summit is about giving those stories wings. It's about connecting our small entrepreneurs, the weavers, farmers, artisans, and innovators with buyers, investors, and mentors who can help them scale new heights. It's about turning local excellence into global opportunity. Manipur today stands at the threshold of new opportunities. With expanding road, rail, and air connectivity, particularly through the Imphal-More Trilateral Highway. The state is emerging as a vital link between India and Southeast Asia under the Act East policy. Our vision is to position Manipur as a vibrant center for trade, logistics, value addition, and entrepreneurship, harnessing both our natural resources and human potential. This summit, bringing together producers and buyers from diverse sectors, is an important step in that direction, enabling direct market access, networking, and investment partnerships. It exemplifies the collaborative approach we seek to build, where government, industry associations, financial institutions, and entrepreneurs come together to create a robust ecosystem for business. The government of Manipur is committed to support this transformation. We have introduced Ease of Doing Business portal and also integrated it to the National Single Window Clearance System recently. Developed industrial estates, more are upcoming, and common facility centers, promoted cluster-based industries, and supported startups and women entrepreneurs. I would like to inform the gathering here that in our handloom sector and handicraft sector, more than 95% are women. Efforts are underway to strengthen logistic hubs, warehousing, and digital trade platforms to ensure that Manipur becomes a competitive investment destination in the region. Going forward, our collective goal must be to create seamless buyer-seller linkages, attract responsible investments, and promote exports rooted in local strength and sustainability. The ramp, that is raising and accelerating MSME performance initiative of the Government of India, has brought new energy to the MSME ecosystem. In Manipur, we are taking this mission forward with a vision to empower our entrepreneurs, especially our youth and women, and to link them to the modern markets and technologies. But beyond policies and programs, what truly drives progress is partnership and trust. And that is what today's summit stands for, a meeting of minds and markets, of ideas and aspirations. To our visiting delegates from other states and abroad, and partners, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for believing in Manipur's potential. Your presence here sends a strong message of friendship and confidence. And to our local entrepreneurs, I would say, this is your moment. Reach out, explore, and let your passion shine. I see today's event as the beginning of a new journey, one where our local products reach distant markets, where our youth become job creators, and where Manipur stands as a vibrant hub of trade, culture, and innovation in the Northeast and beyond. Let this summit remind us that economic growth is not merely about numbers, it is about empowering people, nurturing creativity, and building partnerships based on trust and mutual benefit. I take this opportunity to extend warmest welcome and gratitude to Honorable Governor once again and all the dignitaries and invitees and the members of Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Directorate of Textiles, Commerce and Industries, our international delegates, and all our partners who have come together to make this event possible. Your presence here reflects your faith in Manipur's potential and your commitment to shared prosperity. As we move forward, let us join hands to make Manipur a gateway of opportunities where enterprise meets excellence and where dreams find directions. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Shri Anurag Bajpai, IFS, Additional Chief Secretary, Textiles, Commerce and Industries and Transport Government of Manipur, for your gracious words of welcome and for sharing your insightful keynote address. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now a short video on investment potential in Manipur will take us through the length of possibilities where enterprise meets opportunity. your attention on the screens, please.
rest of Southeast Asian countries. With the introduction of train services connecting Imphal to the rest of India, traveling to this beautiful Manipur is on the rise as a dynamic hub for trade and industry. With its strategic location connecting India with Southeast Asia, the state offers unparalleled opportunities for businesses. Infrastructure development, including industrial parks and enhanced connectivity, is transforming the business landscape. The government is driving growth through capital investment subsidies, interest subsidies on loans, and tax exemptions for new and expanding industries under the Industrial and Investment Promotion Policy of Manipur 2022 and Unnati Scheme of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. From skill development programs to financial support for startups and MSMEs, Manipur is empowering entrepreneurs. With its rich biodiversity, vibrant festivals and historical sites, Manipur is a paradise for ecotourism and cultural tourism. Kebul Lamjau National Park is the world's only floating national park. At the heart of Imphal lies Imakaithel, the world's largest market run entirely by women. It remains a symbol of Manipur's culture, resilience and entrepreneurial spirit. Investing in Manipur's tourism and hospitality sector means unlocking the potential of one of the fastest growing markets in the region. Manipur is also a rising star in the IT sector. The government of Manipur is setting up an information technology special economic zone over 10.85 hectares of contiguous land at Manipuri, Imphal. BPO Center with 1,000-seater accommodation has been established in the complex. MOU has been signed between Department of Information Technology, Manipur and Tata Technologies Limited for development of Center for Invention, Innovation, Incubation and Training. Manipur's fertile soil and favorable climate make it a horticulture haven. Known for its exotic fruits, aromatic spices and organic farming practices, the state is a goldmine for agri-businesses. Other notable agricultural products from Manipur that have received geographical indication or GI tags include Shirarokong chili, aromatic black rice known as chakhao, kachai lemon and Tamenglong orange. Investing in Manipur's horticulture sector means supporting a growing demand for organic and exotic produce and tapping into a growing market. Considering India's Act East policy, the erstwhile kingdom of Manipur, with 2,000 years of unique history, will play a vital role as a gateway to Southeast Asia. India-Myanmar-Thailand Trilateral Highway, 1,360-kilometer long route, is a 4-lane highway under construction that will connect Moreh, India, with the rest of Southeast Asian countries. With the introduction of train services connecting Imphal to the rest of India, travelling to this beautiful state has never been easier. Manipur's Imphal International Airport is already well connected with daily flights to all major metros like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata and Bangalore. And soon it will become a full-fledged international airport, opening doors to Southeast Asia and beyond. Manipur is more than a state, it's a gateway. Manipur is now more lucrative than ever. The time to invest is now. Be part of a story that will shape the future of India and Southeast Asia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we sincerely apologize for the brief technical glitch during the video presentation. Thank you all for your patience and understanding. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now to share his insights and leadership vision, we now invite Dr. Vasudev Singh, President, Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, MCCI, to address the gathering.
Tenbiriba Panamapo Ikono Kuramjari. Honorable Governor of Manipur, Sri Ajay Kumar Bhallaji, Chief Guest of today's function, respected guests of honor, Sri Anurag Bhai Bajpayee, Additional Chief Secretary for Textile Commerce, Industries and Transport Movement of Manipur, respected buyers and sellers, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to welcome you to the Manipur Global Buyers and Sellers Summit 2025. This important event is organized by Director of Trade, Commerce and Industries, Government of Manipur, Manipur Industrial Development Corporation Limited, and Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Manipur is known as the gateway to South and Southeast Asia. Our states hold a special position as a link between these vibrant regions. This makes Manipur an ideal place for trade and business growth. We are proud to offer many opportunities for cooperation and economic development. Manipur has a wide range of products available to trade, from traditional handicrafts and handlooms to fresh agricultural products and the food processing. Our state has a lot to offer. This summit is a great chance to see the potential of Manipur's industries and how they can give serve market around the world. In addition to trade and industry, Manipur has great potential in hospitality, healthcare, and the tourism sector. Our natural beauty, lush hills, green rivers, clean rivers, and the rich cultural heritage makes Manipur a hidden gem for tourism. These sectors are easily growing source of income and provide livelihoods for many investing in these areas. Will bring prosperity and new opportunities for our people. Apart from business, Manipur is also famous for its sports achievements. We are proud to have many Olympians and international as well as national players in various sports disciplines. This success brings honor to both our state and our nation. The establishment of India's first sports university in Manipur further strengthened our commitment to developing sports talent and promoting excellence. I invite all buyers and sellers to explore the many opportunities in Manipur. Let us work together to build strong partnerships and grow our economic. Manipur stand ready to be a gateway to new business and friendship with South and Southeast Asia. It is privileged to have our Honorable Chief Guest with us today. We are sincerely grateful for your presence and your inspiring words, which have honored this event. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to our guest of honor for his valuable support in making this summit a success. On behalf of the organizer, I extend my warm wishes for fruitful deliberation, meaningful partnerships, and enduring friendship over the next 2 days. I hope you enjoy the natural beauty of Manipur. Thank you all for being here. I wish the summit great success. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vasudev Singh, President, Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, MCCI, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Ladies and gentlemen, now the moment we all have been waiting for. It gives us immense honor to invite Shri Ajay Kumar Bhallaji, Honorable Governor of Manipur, to address the August gathering as the chief guest of the inaugural session.
Shri Anurag Bajpayee, Additional Chief Secretary, Dr. Vasudev Singh, President Manipur Chambers of Commerce and Industry, representative from the Ministry of MSME, industry leaders, international buyers and sellers, distinguished guests in the audience, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to all of you. Kurum Jari. It's a privilege to be here this morning on this buyer-seller summit. And while coming in, I visited our exhibition stalls set up by global buyers and sellers summit as part of the summit. I must say that I'm deeply impressed by the diversity, creativity, and quality of the products displayed by our local entrepreneurs and artisans. From handloom and handicraft items to agri-based eco-friendly products, it truly reflect the artistry, enterprise, global potential of Manipur. Actually, what Manipur is, perhaps as a dream come true, you find everything here. We have hills, we have valleys, we have black rice, we have different products from the valley, we have unique horticulture products coming from the hills, and lots of value addition taking place. In addition, President Chambers of Commerce mentioned about our tourism potential, but the biggest potential what we have is a human resource which has adapted to many things, many changes in history, and has been able to project and deliver Manipur the way it is today. Even the recent setback of last 2 years, I must say, looking at the stalls, looking at the economy now where we are, our displaced persons have also come back and got into this economic activity of generating employment themselves, taking support of government wherever necessary, but bringing products which are fetching value to them. To the buyers from the neighboring countries and other international countries, I would like to say that our people are very flexible and they can adapt any of the things what is required in the world markets. We are handlooms and we are changing the designs as per the requirement. We are GI tagged horticulture products. We have organic production. We have natural farming of many things. And some of these things, I mean, if you've been seeing around, essential oils and medicinal plants, which are now getting explored, exploited, and commercial products being made out of them. So it is what I said is a dream come true for anybody to come to Manipur, look at the things available here, demand anything, we'll make it for you. We'll make the requirements, we'll adapt our handlooms, and our people are so good that they can do it. Besides, it was mentioned by both the speakers that we are rich here in everything. We have medical institutions, we have hospitality industry, we have people, IT sector is doing very well. So, and service sector, our people are all across country and in other parts of the world also. So it's a summit which is, Mr. Bajpayee said, it's not just an event. It's a statement of confidence, a reflection of Manipur's growing entrepreneurial spirit, and a powerful step towards positioning our state as a strategic gateway for global trade and commerce in the Northeast region and in India. He mentioned about the RAM program, which is supported by MSME ministry. It has definitely brought momentum among the MSME ecosystem. And we are, of course, known for women-led enterprise development in this state. And we have been doing skill enhancement and other things using this program. And as I said, we are flexible enough to cater to any need or any type of things required by the world. I am also happy to see that this already we have reached under this program thousands of enterprises across our 16 districts. Udyam registration drives and vendor development programs, Mr. Bajpayee mentioned, these are the things which have already laid a foundation for our growth. We are looking for good market so that we can now, our people can earn money out of this. Global Buyer and Seller Summit serve as a powerful business convergence platform. Manipur's products, whether it's our handloom, handicrafts, as I mentioned, you name a thing, we have it here. And leveraging our digital platforms, improved logistics, rail line is halfway through, work on the remaining components is through, 1 or 2 tunnels to be getting connected, and then we have the rail line coming right up to Imphal. Our geographical location, of course, is a distinct advantage. We are closer to Southeast Asia, ASEAN nations. Act East policy is there to help us, and hopefully we recover from recent setbacks and get into process of marketing our products all across, including ASEAN nations. I must commend Manipur Chambers of Commerce also, and our Directorate of Trade, Commerce and Industries for their vision and partnership in organizing this summit. This collaboration between government and private sector is very crucial for nurturing a dynamic and resilient business ecosystem. Let this summit serve as a catalyst for business alliances, joint ventures and investment partnerships. Participation of international buyers today reflects growing confidence in Manipur's potential and product diversity. As we move forward, we must continue to support our MSMEs through financial inclusion, digital transformation and sustainability-oriented production. Our entrepreneurs, especially women and youth, must be at the forefront of this growth story. I am confident that deliberations, networking and collaborations emerging from this summit will translate into meaningful trade, partnerships, export opportunities and investment flows that benefit both Manipur and global business community. Thank you very much once again for giving me an opportunity to be here. And Manipur being a name synonymous with trust, talent and trade excellence, I am sure that we as a state will rise and grow very fast. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Manipur.
A heartfelt thanks to Honorable Governor Sir for his enlightening and motivating address. Your guidance and vision will surely inspire all of us gathered here today to take forward the mission of growth, collaboration and innovation. Thank you very much, sir. Every successful event stands upon the strength of collaboration and goodwill. To extend our heartfelt gratitude, may I now invite Sri Haurokcham Anil, Secretary, Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to propose the vote of thanks.
Mayam Punamapu Khurubjari. It gives me an immense pride, along with pleasure, to propose this vote of thanks for this auspicious and well-placed event, the Manipur Global Buyers and Sellers Summit 2025. Thank you, Honorable Governor of Manipur, Sri Ajay Balaji, for gracious this function as a chief guest in spite of his very hectic schedule. And also my thanks to Sri Anurag Bajpai, the additional Chief Secretary of Manipur, holding the in charge of textile commerce and industries along with the transport department, and also to my president, the president of Manipur Chambers of Commerce and Industries, Sri Dr. Vasudev Singh, and all the dignitaries, special invitees, especially the invitees and the delegates from the foreign countries like Bangladesh, Japan, Myanmar, who have all been traveling in spite of very, very challenges, because we have an issue called protected area permits. So anyway, thanks to the government of India and thanks to the government of Manipur for their prompt actions, allowing our dignitaries from the foreigners to participate in this mega event. Sir, we are very delightful with your insightful speech, with your enthusiastic words for developing the industry sectors, especially in the service sectors, from the lanes of Southeast Asia and the Asian countries. I would also like to thank all the participants here today, all the participants that are participating as the stall owners. I would also like to give my sincere thanks to the press and media, both of print and electronic, who has been covering this event for the larger dissemination of informations, and to all who has been gathering here today. So once for all, I give my sincere thanks to all these participants here today for making this event a very successful, especially to our Honorable Governor of Manipur, Sri R.K. Balaji, for his cooperation and advice and well suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary, for your heartfelt vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw this inaugural session to a close, let us once again rise for our national anthem, symbolizing unity, peace, and progress.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your gracious presence. The Manipur Global Buyers and Sellers Summit 2025 is officially inaugurated.
I'm very impressed by the arrangements and the governor's speech in the morning, and and also Professor P. R. Ranjan's chair's introduction. So what I'm going to do for next 10 to 12 minutes, and I'll try to be on the time. I have a stopwatch. I would like to listen more than I speak. So can I have my slides, PowerPoint? Can I change? You have a changer? PowerPoint? No? So I have to tell you. Okay. Yeah, you put it the Prabir De, MCCI. No. I think it. Go back. And then come down. Hi, this one. Yeah, go with. Put it in. Yeah. So what I'm going to do for next 10, 12 minutes to speak from my heart, actually. I've been coming here. I did so many studies for the government of India's agencies on the border trade. Professor P. R. Ranjan was part of the studies. It goes back almost about my linkages with 10, even more than 10. Many of the Myanmari students, they used to go to Kolkata to study in Ramakrishna Mission. So I have that link because I studied in that way, in the same organization. So I have a very deep linkages from my childhood. I leave aside my cultural part. Let me speak. I have given a title, very attractive title, that moving from periphery to core. I'm not going to explain more of it. 10 ideas to reshape Myanmar's engagement with Southeast Asia. It's not exactly on trilateral highway. Perhaps it has a very direct links on the theme of the session and also theme of this summit. Next, please. So if you look at the changed on the geography cannot be changed, right? It is exogenous. You cannot change the geography, your destiny, neither your neighbor. It is given. But you can change your initiative, policies. That's governments always do. Like we have a look-east policy, then it moved into an act-east in 2014. So, and there is a red dot, right? You can see this is the Manipur. So if you narrow down your vision to the red dot, it tells you the Manipur's strategic location, right? The land is so fertile. It is the geographic location. It's agroclimatic conditions. Anything that comes out from this land, you don't need any kind of fertilizer. So it has become so rich, when it burns. Some of the other states in India which are landlocked, the land is not fertile. So they need lots of chemicals, lots of fertilizers to grow, etc., etc. So here, Manipur advantage is strategic location plus rich tradition, culture, civilization, and people's mind. So that is why the red dot, we can understand, why it is so important. So what the two colors indicates, the look is to act is, that act is expanding, right? Prime Minister Modi's super diplomacy and global changes happening. And but Manipur is remaining as a dot, And if I may come down from there to explain that it has a huge potential in view of the geography that I'm showing, is to remain unlocked. Yeah. So can you have a next slide, please? Yeah. Let me also tell you, just kind of an academic interest, that sometimes you have a interest in, comes to your mind, what is the difference between look-east and act-east policy? You can see I have identified 7. What is it? who launched it, where it is lying, etc., etc. You don't have to go through everything. The means of the Lucas policy was an economic relation, primarily free trade agreements. But what is the activist policy? It's economics plus strategic thrust. Political science professor like Professor Noni and many others of you understand, strategic means it is not just a free trade agreement. It has many things beyond. So that is a structural change. Plus some other changes that happened over time. But what is the potential for Manipur? We see, in my perception, during the Lucas time, it is low to medium. Still it is same, low to medium. Sometimes when you talk about going beyond border, you really do not know how the neighbors will be reacting to. So not always your expansion beyond border will depend on you. It also depends on the neighborhood. Today the neighborhood is very, very, different than what it used to be earlier, right? So Lucas to activist tells you a kind of a perspective, and in short that activist phase is more serious because it comes with strategic engagements, it comes with economics, it comes with investment, so on and so forth. Next slide, please. Hello. Now in the activist phase, what we see that India's trade has expanded rapidly, very much. The figure tells you 2091, 2014, 2024. India's share with the Southeast Asia and South ASEAN +3, it has expanded heavily, right? Today our trade is a global trade about 27%. India conducts with Southeast Asia plus Japan, China, Korea. But how about, very good sign, so far India total is concerned. How about exports from Northeastern region, This figure is in $1 billion, and because I cannot accommodate million number in small book table. But other one is in US dollar billion. It tells you the Northeast region share in the India's total exports is even less than very, very peanuts, And if you compare with all of them, it is basically Assam followed by Arunachal, etc. Even Manipur is a state, or Mizoram is a state, Nagaland is a state, or, they have received negative growth in terms of their global exports. So what it indicates, the two different pictures. When India is total coming, it has done pretty well, and our total global trade has expanded, goods and services together 1.5 trillion. So this is an excellent move, excellent progress in the active phase. But if you do a deep dive, like in the northeastern states, we are yet to, see that kind of momentum added. An ordinary citizen of Manipur can ask these questions to the government, that if Arunachal, Assam, they gain in positive growth, but why my exports got a negative? But there is a story that Manipur is also having lots of informal trade that is not counted. Next. Now, if I may come to Southeast Asia, then I will bring the engagement with the Manipur and Northeast. Three countries, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Singapore. These three countries, India is having trade deficit. This figure tells you the trend line. The red line is basically our import from them. Blue line is our export. Between them is growing high for obvious reasons. If you come to the next slide, please. These data tells you, very micro level data. Today, most of our computers, parts and accessories, smartphones like this or yours, semiconductors, electronic integrated circuits, actually India is importing parts and components all from these three countries. That is why the deficit is rising with them. And as you know that in April, May, June, July, August, September, the 6 months, India's total smartphone exports has exceeded $10 billion. Smartphone is the second largest exports to the American markets from India. So these are all parts are actually imported, assembled in India, and then re-exported, or after value added, we export it. So this we call production links, Professor Professor Priya Ranjan calls it, and we call it global value chain, so on and so forth. So this is, just a beginning, by the way. This is just a beginning. So ASEAN is an kind of an opportunity. Our bilateral trade with ASEAN is 140 billion, and expected in next 10 years it will be huge number, by the way. So don't lose your hope with Southeast Asia. It is an opportunity we yet to utilize. Next, please. Some of the examples like automobile, computer, medicine, this medicine, everybody in this hall, you consume, right? I don't need to tell you. Half of the population, if I ask you, raise your hand who is not diabetic, I think I won't see any hand going up. This is a very popular diabetic medicine. Most of this is coming from China or Singapore. The ingredients that is assembled. Next. Similarly, this electronic gadget. Next. Hello, Vaisa. Next. Smartphone, like Apple iPhone 15. There are several parts came from Cambodia using the free trade routes. Next. So what we see, very healthy structure, trade, integration, value chain, lots of prosperity, lots of happiness, lots of companies, startups, business, lots of engagement with chambers of commerce, good things. But what is there in the northeastern part of India, that's the question, that's we should ask in here. But if you see, come to, trilateral highway and its extension, we have big projects for a very long time. But as I said in the beginning, that if you do anything beyond your border, that doesn't, always, with you. 50 kilometer, the missing link on the hill in the Myanmar. Next slide. 50 kilometer was missing link. Our company was asked by 2022 to leave by the Myanmar's government. Still now, I could not start the work there. Just in little construction on the hill. Rest part of the trilateral highway is almost ready, except the replacement of the bridges, 69. So, I have given it, by, segments, which part is completed, like More to Kalewa, and then Kalewa to Yargi, Yargi to Monewa, Monewa to Mandle. So, 50 kilometer on the hill between Kalewa to Yargi, something stopped by 2021, the government in Myanmar, the military government. And 69 bridges, that it pending was High Court in Manipur, then it went to the Supreme Court. 69 replacement bridge got stuck in the political issues, so we actually delayed for many reasons. Now, had this was ready, we could have, Manipur is the entry port or exit, we could have made lots of progress, in that case. That's what's happening in the rest part of India, at the moment in southern part of India or western part of India. Next, please. There is another project which is connecting northeast with the Kaladan. Next. The port part is completed last year, but we could not complete the connecting road from, from Myanmar, Palewa to Jorinpuri in Mizoram. But good point is that same military government, since as you know that Chin province and Sagaing province is not controlled by Nepito, except the Situate town. So construction has started. Slowly. That's what I have seen the presentations. Next. So construction for the highway part from Palewa to Zorinpuri, 110 kilometer, by the way. So what we see in the activist phase in the post-COVID, there are 5 distinct progress happened. I'm going to close, in just, in a 1 minute time. One is that we have lots of digital linkages. But Northeast people or the Manipur is yet to utilize it. We call it a fintech relation. Second is trade in local currency, faster customs, cultural cooperation, Nalanda University, for example, and except Brunei or Laupedia, all is having a direct flight now. Even in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, all having multiple flights in multiple cities. So we see a surge in terms of its connectivity. Next, please. what is happening in the northeast, in the backyard of Manipur. We had an issue with the Bangladesh. Bangladeshi people have decided to redraw its future, its destiny by their own, leaving aside what it used to be earlier. So our connectivity through Bangladesh is actually postponed. But that doesn't stop us. Like in the projects like the Bhutan is coming up with a smart city in Galefu, and then semiconductor plant in Tata, and Japanese is coming up with 30,000 investments in Assam. Several things are happening in Assam, and you can see that Assam and Delhi, they're double engine, right? That's what, there's no doubt. So Assam is benefiting. Manipur is also a double engine, but yet to see some kind of, things that are happening on the ground here. So Act's thrust is giving some progress in the northeastern part of India, but Manipur is yet to receive that. Next, I just close, next. No, just before, yeah. So, what we see that it is a lookist to actist, but we are leaving actist now. We are going into Indo-Pacific. It is not being heavily discussed in this part. So move is towards the eastern, very rightly, and Manipur, Arunachal, where we get the sunrise first, in this country. Next. So what we see over time, that geography expanded, so there's opportunity for the Manipur. Next. Here comes, the crisis. I'm ready to jump, my border, but the crisis, which is actually, which have been affecting everybody, not just the nationals of the Manipur or Northeast. I no point of going all in point by point. The President Trump tariff, it is a threat for our trade and integration, etc. There are many crises happening, supply chain breakdown, war here and there. So globally, very uncertain page, And next, please. On the point of disruption supply chain, your pineapples or the presentations is going to face this kind of disruptions because of the supply chain issues, maritime wise. Huge. So what is the lessons coming out, that instead of looking at the American market or market in the Europe for your products, processed foods, let's look at the eastern side, Southeast Asia. That makes sense, because they are your neighbor. So road has to be ready, if you'd like to do an exports with a competitive edge over others. If it is not, then the panelist which is here with me, the Myanmar professor, had there been a flight from Mandalay to here, KB Airlines once upon a time was discussing like that. He flew from there, Mandalay to Yangon, from Yangon to Delhi, Delhi to Guwahati, Delhi to Imphal, Imphal to here. So connectivity disruptions is actually setting the fate for state which is having its very strong strategic position globally. This is Manipur. I conclude. So what can be done for the Manipur? It's 10 points I have said. One is that easing the burden of supply chain disruptions. Some of the exporters, they may not be knowing this. Here comes the MCCI, their role. They need to tell to their members that these are the options for you because of the supply chain disruption. There are ad valorem costs you are paying. So please take these routes or this kind of subsidy. Many of the states like Gujarat, because of supply chain disruption, Gujarat state is giving them subsidies, additional subsidy. I'm not going in detail. Second point is opportunities coming from rising US tariff. US tariff is imposed on India except 3 items: pharmaceuticals, mobile phone, and one more I forgot. Rest of the time is the 50% average tariff. But those you are not getting, products of Manipur are not getting suffered. They are from shrimp, textile products from other parts of India. So you benefits from there where you move out to regional market like ASEAN plus others. So this is an opportunity. Bangladesh, for example, if Bangladesh government allows, import, because they have also port restriction. India has also introduced port restrictions. Not so easy, Point number 3 is trade and investment linkages. If you look at a regional integration with Southeast Asia and beyond, your trade investment linkages have to be there. You cannot just say, international trade is the Schedule 1 of the constitutions. It is. But there are leeways for the states to strengthen their trade investment linkages with the Southeast Asia. Look at how many trips the Chief Minister and the Chief Secretary, Industry Minister from Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, Telangana, even Delhi, they trip in abroad. Just count them and get some research scholar to do it, the study. And how many times your people went to Myanmar or Southeast Asia? You can, or even Bangladesh, So you have some role, additional role, instead of depending on government of India. Plus the border economic zone, presently border is closed for you because of some reasons. So this means I talk about with the Bangladesh, particularly with Meghalaya or with Tripura. But you also have a role, when you have, plus promoting cross-border energy linkages, 3 megawatts, you give it to Tamu town. So can our grid be expanded? And energy exchange, will make lots of difference in the state, by the way. Plus, point number 7 is we have to look at, border as a prosperity zone. This have to be introduced to the textbook. Who are coming from, class 1 to, there. But I need to understand, is it there in the textbook of the class 1 standard to class 10 standard? Telling them, students, that this is the border for you, this is the way to the prosperity, telling them the history. Point number 8 is passionately engage in activist policy, as the way Assam is doing, So what is the passion here? One can check, do you have an activist department in the state government? Is the Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry, they have an activist cell? Is the Manipur University, they have a think tank or something like, So passionately engaging with an activist, that's important. Point number 9 is the institutions and for integration. How many times you want me to come to Delhi? I want to listen the local students, local scholar, like Professor Nani to speak, give their narratives, and I listen in Delhi. So you need an institutions that will nurture the minds, But last point is engaging with Japan, Korea, Thailand, Singapore as an investment, partners. This relationship building is required by chambers of commerce, investors, who are here, who can do the business. Dr. Palin is here, he knows it, So relation, investments, decision is very important. And I close, is there anything else? No, just previous slide. I have also identified, I've given a big list in, but I have identified action plan. Action plan 1 to 5 is that you need to come out with a strategic plan for Manipur's exports and integration. MCCI, Manipur University, someone from Delhi together can come a strategic plan. It doesn't need any investment. 10 pages with 20 points strategic plan. Point number 2 is your industry association need to be activated. I was talking to the secretary yesterday. You do this summit in other parts of the country, and other parts of Southeast Asia. That is important. Point number 3, the global business summit is very often is required. Point number 4, action plan is resume the border trade. It is not possible because of the current situation. Government of India's, they have to take it up, without which you cannot start the trilateral way and you cannot link engaging what the plan I have discussed. Point number 5, this is something very much possible. The governor, chief secretary, additional chief secretary, they need to introduce a letter to our external affairs minister that we want to organize first ASEAN-India Aromatic Plants Festival. ASEAN-India Millet Festival, because the millet is the popular product some parts of India, and this is happening regularly. You have an age on traditional medicine. So I propose in action that please take it up to Delhi. We want to organize, and they will fund, the government of India will fund it. So 5 action points to re-energize your linkages. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Prabir. Now, this, should we say, key paper tells us a lot, and I would advise the organizers to keep this PowerPoint with you, hand it over to the organizers, and the the full paper of Parveer's will appear in our souvenir, which you will get tomorrow. But 3-4 critical points that Parveer has put before all of us, on which I would love to have 1 or 2 questions, is simply, India's activist policy has failed for the Northeast, but even these value chains for India into Southeast Asia is just starting to happen. But now, in a situation of these global threat patterns and all that, Northeastern region has a shorter supply chain advantage. This is critical. So, supplier diversification. Southeast Asia would want these shorter chains, value chains, going into South Asia, and then our Northeast into Southeast Asia, and so on and so forth. Then the other one is, does the Northeastern region, or Manipur, for which India government has done so much, does it have an export strategy? This is for all of us, including our honorable MLA over here from Arunachal Pradesh, to think. And our Chamber of Commerce. We have been pleading this for over 10-20 years. We must have a strategy, we must have a policy. We don't have Northeastern. And more so Manipur, which is actually linked for so many years since the beginning of India's border threat, 1995. Nothing is happening, but huge amount of informal trade is happening. So that is one, export strategy for the Northeast and for Manipur in particular. Then others are, of these 10 critical points that Parveer has put, I'm just pointing out these critical points. Then the Northeastern region should not be only passive receivers of the gains from India's activist policy. It must also be active in contributing to the growth itself. So how much has states of the Northeastern region or Manipur contributed in a positive manner to India government's move for value chains and economic integration with Southeast Asia? So these are very, very vital issues Parveer has raised. Lastly, and much more important, is, does the Northeast India and its states, or Manipur more so, have a think tank? We don't. Imagine Assam, which does not trade at all with Southeast Asia, has for the last 2-3 years a separate department for activist policy. What Assam is doing is essentially trading with Bangladesh, but it's not effectively trading with Southeast Asia. Manipur does, Mizoram does, Assam is preparing. So the theme of our this plenary session is preparing the Northeast for value chains or opportunities on the trilateral highway. Then a very more practical thing which Parveer advises us is, Assam has taken advantage of Japan-India Activist Policy Forum. How much have we gained from that? Why was it that a very possible and practical Japanese project on sericulture, a close-ended one, from the very beginning to the end of selling internationally? It had tried, but it failed. Why? What are the lessons from there? So not only that, you will have more propositions from Myanmar side. So ladies and gentlemen, these are PowerPoint suggestions which has now come to this Northeastern Forum, which we need to go back and tell our government. And so this opening key paper, thank you Parveer for an excellent presentation. Let's give him a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I would invite our young friend, Noni Arambam, to say something about, his topic is on the geopolitics.
Good afternoon.
The India-Myanmar borderlands, volatile frontiers in geopolitical transition. This will appear in the souvenir. Now, Noni.
Good
15
afternoon.
minutes, Noni.
Yes. Good afternoon. With the permission of the Mr. Chair and my greetings to the respected co-panelists, experts, and learned participants. It is easier for me now because Professor Day has spoken so much about the issues and challenges where we can work on. My role would be like talking about, as he rightly says, that you cannot escape geography, because geography is a destiny that probably we cannot escape. In that framework, I think India's northeast region is significant historically, and it has been historically very vibrant, because even before the coming of the colonial power, there were interfaces in terms of culture, in terms of economy, and in terms of politics. I would say that there were important markers even before the colonial power had come to this region in terms of our, what we call today, geopolitics. Having said this, I also have the view that the valleys in the northeastern region, you call it the Manipur Valley or the Ahomias, or Tripura for that matter, these valleys were very fertile for these interfaces in terms of politics, in terms of culture, in terms of economics. I think we carry that tradition even today, having entered into what we call today the Westphalian state model. I think increasingly we are getting into the state and the institutions as a participant, whereby we're trying to look into the possibility of deepening democratic institutions where we can grow in a distributive manner. I have a feeling that democratic deepening of the institutions will be very important, as the first speaker also talked about. Given the situation like the ones that we have in Manipur or across the border in Myanmar, of course in the last 2.5 years or 3 years' time, I think there is a disruption to what we were doing in terms of trade, businesses, and commercial activities in the region. We know that there is a huge potential in the region, because the region is very virgin in terms of its resources. Its biodiversity is very rich. It has a lot of potential, and we have seen the potential. The only issue is that, do we have the enough institutions? Do we have the enough institutions to resolve the tensions that we have around? Have we created institutions, or have we created a political environment where we can resolve the differences? I think these are big bottlenecks coming into our way in actually inducing what we call international trade. With the coming of the colonialism or the European power, we were exposed to global capital, and the markets were improvised. We have even had a monetized economy that resulted in more aggressive international trade. We also had treaty relations with the coming of the European power. More or less politically and economically, our relationships were improvised, particularly in the context of Southeast Asia. And Manipur stands out to be very, very distinctively important, because it is the only viable, I think, as of today, only viable surface connection to the entire Southeast Asian region. I am of the view that we have had in the history also significant processes, significant policies of connecting to these regional markets. After having seen an extensive success in the project that we call the Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal Connectivity Project, IMTT, that is India, Myanmar, Thailand Trilateral Highway Project, stands out to be very critical. I would say that the opportunity that we have is rooted in two aspects. One is there is a significance of connecting the region, and it also has has a condition or has a situation of criticality, because when I say significant, I say that geographically we are very much in a condition where we can actually grow in terms of connecting with the neighborhoods. But at the same time, this connection with the region, with the markets around, will not be easy, because there are critical issues that we have to creatively resolve. Therefore, I normally argue that there is one aspect is the significance, the other aspect is the criticality of that significance, because there are several bottlenecks in terms of deepening political institutions or in terms of settling the political turmoil that you have. I can talk about these, but I probably feel not good to talk too much about the political instability in the region. I would simply give a framework that that political stability is going to be very critical and important in ensuring that we economically grow in a very proper way. If I take the cue from one very important famous economist, Amartya Sen used to say that economy and politics are distinctively different, but at the same time, these are intertwined. In that formative idea, I think our economic prosperity, our economic agility will come when we have these basic understanding of connecting the two dots. That is what I want to do in my presentation here today. As our chair was talking about the significance of geopolitical aspect, there are many regional experts or area experts we call, who have been saying that the geopolitical scramble which was there in the upper Himalayas are now shifting towards Indo-Myanmar region. And that sounds very important for us. It looks like Manipur, Myanmar, or India-Myanmar borderlands are now becoming very sensitive. As the keynote speaker was talking about how the Segang division and many of these areas are now in a very fragile situation where the projects cannot prosper. In that way, I can sense that there is an increasing involvement of foreign powers, where the regional economic activities are also not really going in sync with what we were expecting. Therefore, I have a feeling and I have an understanding that our foreign policies, as far as economy is concerned, our foreign policies are to be also synchronized with the political questions that we have around. So therefore, it has to be a two-way kind of a project. One, the economic engagement of the region, and also the political engagement of the countries around, where we try to preempt or mitigate the over-excessive essentialization of securitizing the region. That is really hampering, I think, a democratic growth of institutions. These are very, very important challenges which makes the region a volatile frontier. And in the words of Bertin Littner, he goes on to say that the region probably might become a forbidden area. Now, what I'm trying to do is that the region has become very, very sensitive geopolitically in the recent years or decades. The Malacca Strait, for instance, the Pacific Ocean, for instance, the Bay of Bengal, for instance, these have become a very important sites of geopolitical theater. Now, in this environment or in this ambience of geopolitical scrambles amongst the powers in the region, how do we prosper with this desire to grow? This desire to get into what you call modern developmental processes. I think the countries will have to democratize their approaches towards regional, political, and economic engagement. That will be very, very essential in terms of settling the political questions and instability in the region. I also want to say that there are three important issues that we need to begin to talk about. First, the question of integrating local economy and talents with the regional economy. That's number one question, how to do that. The second question is the issue of sustainable developmental. That needs to be sensitive to regions' fragile biodiversity. And the third issue that we need to talk about is the deepening of democratic institutions that can insulate or that can protect regions' cultural and distributive economic concerns. These are three broad frameworks, I think, that should be essentially improvised in our discourses on look-east policy or economic integration of the region. In addition to this, we all know that the region, Manipur state particularly, is mired in so many conflict situations. Now, I think the governments or the government will have to have a policy to engage with these critical political questions, without which probably it will be very difficult for us to engage with region's economic question of economic integration. And I'm also of the view that, as we all know, that the region is facing, or the Manipur state is facing, a very severe crisis of inflation. I want to quote a report of World Bank 2023, which says that compared to West Bengal, the prices of goods in Northeast are up to 60% higher in rural areas and 30% in urban locations due to poor road infrastructure and developmental stagnancy. So you can see, a bag of cement which costs about 350 rupees will probably come to about 500 rupees when it reaches the Manipur state. So there is a serious crisis of road infrastructure and at the same time stagnancy of our institutions. These are some very, very ground level questions that we live with. Probably this is also part of what we call the destiny of geography, but I think we have come beyond this traditional understanding of the fact that we were traditionally and historically, enabled or unabled in terms of our landlockedness. But I think this landlockedness idea is being debunked sufficiently, and we are almost now exposed to global capital and global developmental policies and programs. Towards the end, I would like to come with some suggestions to you. We need to also talk about the mechanisms that the state governments or the state should have a policy to deal with the transborder ethnic aspirations that is growing up. For instance, if you talk about FMR, for instance, there is a huge critic coming to FMR policy. Now, how to deal with this critical assessments coming from the community when you talk about redrawing of FMR policy, for instance. Now the question I see is that there are serious critical issues which the communities are raising in the border states, particularly in the Indo-Myanmar region, whereby some communities still feel that they are not being properly identified within a particular state system. Now this is a very critical situation where the states in the modern times today will have to have a policy to deal with transborder ethnic aspirations. And I think we have no discourses, we have no policy to deal with these kind of aspirations, which is transborder. Now in that situation, how to prosper with what we today call integration of economies. On the one side, the border of the states are very hardened. On the other side, the border of the states are also very malleable, flexible. Now, communities have got different aspirations, different ideas about borderland or borders, for instance. So I think a state, the Westphalian state that we call today, or the modern state we call today, should have to begin to think about how policies, creating new policies, innovative institutions to deal with these aspirations, because these aspirations are also creating conflicts in the borderland we call India-Myanmar region. That's one of the texts that I have. The other issue that I want to talk about, taking cue from our previous speaker, is that the structural adjustment program that we have been talking about should be designed in such a way that the regional political questions be properly taken into account. I also have a feeling and understanding that the low export that we witness today in the region, which the previous speaker talked about, negative export, is a very, very critical point, because without creation of enough industrial or manufacturing institutions or infrastructure and the possibility of integration with the regional economy will be very, very challenging because you probably will have not much to export or integrate in very substantive way to the regional economies. The local community or the state, people in the state like Manipur feel insecure that once they're exposed to the global market, they probably will have nothing to export, nothing to contribute, except their labor. Now, in that situation, probably you can give an assurance to the community if you create institutions or industrial or manufacturing, infrastructure where they can actually begin to think about production, not merely live as a consumer, but also begin to live as an exporter or a manufacturer. That's very essential, I think. So these part of becoming a manufacturer or an exporter of commodities or ideas could probably be very important for our people to have faith and desire to be integrated to this regional market aspiration. Towards the end of my presentation, I would remind you that Ambedkar used to say that political democracy cannot be achieved without social democracy. In similar framework, I would like to put forth to the audience, to the House, that it is important for us to have political institutional deepening in conjunction with our economic aspirations to be in the regional loop. And finally, my concluding remark would be that to repeat, in fact, what I have said, there is a need for serious rethinking on creating stability in the region, ensuring law and order. That should accompany with a substantive creation of institutions of manufacturing, institutions of education, and institutions of infrastructure, which will enable people to finally participate as not as a consumer, but also as a manufacturer, and manufacturer of not only goods and things, but also creator of ideas. With these words, I really thank the organizers for this opportunity. Probably in future too, we will try to engage more with these questions. I'm not an economist, but I can say and I can contribute in terms of understanding how the states, how the institutions, how the center-state relationship can be improved, and where the states can feel more secure, more participatory in terms of contributing in the whole process of what we call economic integration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nani. Exactly on time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a second this panelist's view. The second view gives us the political framework within which we have to work. I would call it the political, ethno-political framework that he has put, which stands in some conjunction, but also some contradiction with what Professor Prabir had done, the vital managerial material economic framework on the trilateral highway or regional district. So we have two frameworks, very clear frameworks. Now, there are contradictions also, but Noni's presentation is, say, have we crumbled politically? Do we have democracies? What are the insurgencies and instability in law and order in Bangladesh, in Manipur, or in Myanmar? What are the implications for democratic institutions? And if democratic institutions are not allowed or to function, then our dreams on the trilateral highway is not going to go forward, because any meaningful conversations or dialogues or engagement in Southeast Asia, South Asia will never be complete if you do not indulge in democratic engagements with democratic frameworks. That is true. But Noni has put many human elements of development and trade. For example, Are we going to ignore our environment, just as Myanmar has done, with grave consequences to its future productive base? Look at the forests in Myanmar. Look at the minerals being exploited by a big power over there. Everybody is scavenging on the resources of Myanmar. What do we think of that? Are we also going to scavenge in our geopolitical fights of the powers in Myanmar? Are we going to scavenge on the human dignity and the human existence itself? In other words, as Noni puts it, do we have any borderland issues? Are we going to simply fence up the borders and then at the same time push for trade? These are dilemmas. But I think Noni himself was in a trap. That's why he was contradictory in one point. Noni said that no more, landlocked Manipur. There's no more landlocked, nor is the northeastern region. International dynamics, development has opened up everything. So do we have, that negative fear psychosis that not Assam, it was opened up by the colonial legacy to the entire world, trade and all that. But the mountainous regions of northeastern region, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Nagaland, Mizoram, we all have that fear psychosis that if we open up our economies to border trade, are we prepared? You see, there was a time when trains coming into Nagaland or in Manipur was objected by environmentalists and all that. So we are opening up, we need to open up, but at the same time, do we need to protect our identities, our cultures and all that? That is the contradiction from which seemingly Noni has not been equal to escape. But what is India government's policy? India government has clearly said, it has been repeated in February in Assam by Jay Shankar, that we shall balance India first, with our neighborhood first, with ASEAN, and even with the Indo-Pacific. We will always put the interests of our farmers, of our MSMEs. We cannot allow the MSMEs to be drowned by, goods export from highly efficient Southeast Asian manufacturings. But we cannot at the same time, giving subsidies and all this to our MSMEs. We will find the balance. That is India's policy, and I see not much contradictions in what is happening in the geopolitics in our region. Thank you, Noni. You have opened our eyes, and I would want you to ask incisive questions why you feel that we must address our geopolitical and human issues on the borderlands. Next, may I invite Kin Muang So. He will be talking on the India-Myanmar borderlands, volatile frontiers in geopolitical transition. Kin Muang knows Myanmar, knows Manipur, northeastern region thoroughly. We have interacted with him for so many decades. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Kin Muang So, who will go in a practical way into Noni's framework of political economy and Professor Dey's framework of trade-led value chain development on the trilateral highway. Please, 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Hey Siri, set a timer for 13 minutes.
30 minutes, starting now.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am very delighted to see old friends who have supported me in all my effort to link Myanmar and Manipur. Change is constant and inevitable. It is an honor and pleasure for me to join this important gathering. I'm going to talk about this India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway, a strategic vision, mission, and action plan for success. This summit came at a pivotal point as global power dynamics shift and uncertainty loom. The theme of this gathering, preparing Northeast India for opportunity along the trilateral highway, could not be more timely. The government of India rightly emphasizes this initiative potential to advance regional peace, prosperity, and progress. While Asia is the continent of the 21st century, it also faces unprecedented challenges. I was wondering personally because the Asian century concept was first coined by German strategist Karl Haushofer in 1924. This year is 2025. A quarter of century has already passed, but Asian century still remain uncertain. U Thant of Myanmar, the third Secretary General of United Nations, he said, and I quote, "The world will not change and find peace if there is not a new education. System, government, ideology come and go, but human remain forever." These words carry profound weight from a leaders who helped avert nuclear catastrophe during the Cuban Missile Crisis in this man in 1962. His legacy reminds us people-to-people ties are the bedrock of sustainable state-to-state relation. Humbly, with this concept, I try my best with Professor many years ago. True diplomacy, rooted in shared humanity, not just real politics, is what ultimately preserves peace. Today, gathering of policymakers, academics, stakeholders represent a critical step toward reimagining education and collaboration. Education is all about asking good questions. The education and collaboration in ways that bridge divides and unlock the trilateral highway full potential. This ambitious corridor is more than just a physical road linking three nations. It embodies a strategic vision to transform regional connectivity and economic integration across Southeast Asia. Today's presentation is based on my paper. I already forwarded to the organizer for published as a souvenir. Let me take you on a journey along this highway of opportunity and explore how it could refine the economic landscape of the entire region. Next slide, please. There are many facts I won't elaborate because my previous speaker already elaborated many data. Imagine reducing a journey that currently takes weeks by sea to just a few days by land. This is precisely what the India-Myanmar trilateral highway aims to accomplish. This 1,360-kilometer corridor connect Moreh in Manipur, India through Myanmar and extend to Mae Sot That province in Thailand. Born from the Mekong-Ganga Cooperation Initiative in 2002 and later integrated with ASEAN Connectivity Plan. The TLA represents a physical manifestation of regional cooperation. What made this project truly transformative is its potential to combat Northeast India from a peripheral region into a vibrant gateway to ASEAN. This isn't just about building roads, it is about building bridges between economy, culture, and community. Now, let's examine how this aligns with India's broader strategic vision. Before I came here, I joined one event. The Indian ambassador in Yangon elaborated on 3 policy issues that Myanmar relate with India. He mentioned edit policy and Indo-Pacific policy and neighborhood priority. This gives me a lot of thought-provoking things. Next slide, please. TLA serves as a cornerstone of India at East policy, which represents a strategic pivot from merely looking east to actively acting east. In February 2025, at the Adventure ASEAN 2.0 Summit, India External Affairs Minister didn't mimic word when he called the TLH a game changer for Northeast India connectivity to ASEAN. Despite being 70% complete and facing challenges due to Myanmar political situation, the highway potential to revolutionize trade, business, health, education, and tourism tide remain undeniable. If you look at the right side of my slide, you will notice 3 pillars that form the foundation of India at East policy: culture, connectivity, and commerce. The TLAs elegantly weave these pillars together, strengthening cultural ties through people-to-people contact, establishing physical connectivity through infrastructure, and facilitating commerce through enhanced trade routes. But what exactly is the economic potential we are talking about? Let's dive into the numbers. Next slide, please. The economic implications of the TLAs are nothing short of remarkable. We are looking at unlocking USD 10 to 15 billion in annual trade potential, a figure that underscores the magnitude of this project. Consider these key benefits. The highway will integrate Northeast India with ASEAN market, concurrently valued at USD 125 billion in bilateral trade. By shortening route, logistic costs could drop by 20 to 30%, a significant advantage in today's competitive global market. Perhaps most impressively, Northeast India contribution to the national GDP could jump from 3 to 5 to 7% by 2030, creating a ripple effect of economic growth throughout the region. The Economic Institute of ASEAN and East Asia has published detail about this growth rate. And let's not forget the asset to the 650 million consumer across ASEAN, a market that any business would be eager to tap into. The infographics on the right illustrate ASEAN growing economic importance in the Indo-Pacific region. This isn't about connecting road, it is about connecting to one of most dynamic economic region in the world. However, as with any ambitious project, the TLA face its share of challenges. Let's take a look at where we stand today. Next slide, please. As of September 2025, the TLH stand at approximately 70% completion. The progress bar you see reflect this current status. On the positive side, India's section from Moreh to Imphal are fully operational, and Thailand has upgraded its Mae-Sau-Tat segment to 4-lane. India has made significant investment in Myanmar portion, including 120.74 kilometer Kaliwa-Yaji road section and renovating 69 projects along the Tamu-Chigong-Kaliwa route, a USD 484 million commitment that demonstrated Indian dedication to the project. However, we must acknowledge the substantial challenges. Myanmar ongoing civil unrest since 2021 has brought construction to a standstill, creating security risks and displacing workers. Closer to home, ethnic tension in Manipur also have disrupted cross-border trade in Moreh. These challenges have pushed trade into informal channel, highlighting the urgent need for stabilized governance to move this project forward. Despite this obstacle, one state stands to benefit enormously from the TLH. Let's focus on Manipur potential transformation. Next slide, please. Manipur 398 kilometer border with Myanmar position it perfectly a India gateway to Saudi Asia. The TLH begin at the Moreh-Tamu border, creating a unique opportunity for this state to leverage its distinctive assets. From its diverse biodiversity, including specialty crop like black rice and turmeric, to its rich tradition of handcraft and textile, Manipur has much to offer. The state also holds significant potential for medical and pilgrimage tourism, particularly when new route to destination like Bodh Gaya. This bar chart illustrates the projected increase in Northeast India contribution to national GDP from 3% currently to between 5 to 7% by 2030. This isn't just incremental growth. It is a transformative leap that could redefine the economic identity of the region. By integrating into ASEAN supply chain, the assessing market of 650 million consumers through eastward extension to Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, Manipur could evolve from a peripheral state to a vibrant economic hub. To achieve this vision, what strategic initiatives are essential? Let's examine what is being done. Next slide, please. Overcoming the challenges we discussed earlier require concerted efforts in both infrastructure development and trade facilitation. On the infrastructure front, India funding of critical Myanmar segment, the Kaliwa, Yaji, and 69 bridges aim for completion by 2027. Enabling seamless 4-lane connectivity throughout the corridor. Complementary projects like Kaladan Multimodal Transit Transport Project provide alternative asset route, creating a more resilient network. Trade facilitation efforts are equally important. The BIMSTEC Trade Facilitation Strategic Framework 2030 promote paperless trade and harmonized standards. India updated FTA with ASEAN countries have increased utilization rate for agro products and electronics. The India-Myanmar Border Trade Agreement facilitates digital payment and reduce non-tariff barrier, potentially boosting bilateral trade by 20 to 30%. The image on the right shows regional infrastructure development in progress, representing USD 484 million commitment India has made to transform this vision into reality. Now, let's focus especially on bilateral cooperation between India and Myanmar, which is crucial for TLA's success. Next slide, please. The India-Myanmar relationship formed the backdrop of TLA's project with several promising areas for cooperation. Joint venture is in agro-processing stand out as a particularly promising opportunity, leveraging Manipur fertile lands and Myanmar agricultural reality. That 2025 Mantra Agri Solution joint venture between Hardiran and SK Group for potato processing exemplifying the potential for crop border value change. Alternative route via the Caledon project offer a strategic backup plan set to be fully operational by 2027. This multimodal connectivity from Kolkata to Situi by sea, then from Palawa to Surinpur by river and road, reduce Northeast India distance to port by 700 kilometers. This USD 484 million initiative enhance resilience amidst Myanmar and REDS and facilitate export of agricultural products. India has invested substantially in this relationship with lines of credit with USD 2 billion funding infrastructure in Myanmar, including TLX segment. Bilateral trade reached USD 1.8 billion in 2024-2025 fiscal year, dominated by automobile part, pharmaceutical, and machinery export from India. With these foundations in place, what specific action can accelerate the TLA's development? Let's explore some pragmatic recommendations. Next slide, please.
Please finish within 1 minute. Can you, please?
Okay, yeah. This is a recommendation because of the time, but I set my time to 30 minutes. It hasn't landed me yet. I have to finish within 2 minutes. Okay. This is a 5 recommendation. Because of time limit, I won't elaborate on all these recommendations, but people-to-people relation is a very important point. As I mentioned, this is sustainable, the government-to-government relation. Next slide, please. This is my conclusion, the vision and mission. Also, 2017, I was invited by the Observer Research Foundation in Mumbai to discuss the China-India engagement in BRI and East policy before the Chinese President Xi Jinping organized the first BRF forum in Beijing. And I made a conclusion with this Japanese proverb. This inspired me a lot. Vision without action is a daydream, and action without vision is a nightmare. With this proverb, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, Khin Maung. This is a revelation of a reality on the Myanmar side and on the Thailand side, indirectly. Now, Khin Maung has talked about regional integration and, More Tamu, Manipur being the gateway to ASEAN and all that. And he has said in data terms that if the trilateral highway is really functioning, there is every possibility of reducing transaction costs on the trilateral highway by 20 to 30%. The advantages of land trade. He has emphasized on it. He has emphasized on supply chains on the trilateral highway, which could make Manipur not a peripheral region, but in fact a core state on the trilateral highway. Now, he has emphasized on trade facilitation measures, which BIMSTEC is trying to do, but it has still failed. Indo-Myanmar also, we have not been able to facilitate trade on our borders, to the extent that it will give birth to formal trade. There's zero formal trade in Mizoram, zero formal trade almost before the crisis over here. Formalization of trade is necessary. And then he has also touched on a wider aspect of the trilateral highway, which has gone beyond Act East policy into the Indo-Pacific. Professor Day he was formerly in charge of the India-ASEAN section. He's now in charge of, I believe, on the Indo-Pacific, Japan, Korea, and Quad and all that. Let Northeastern region and Manipur realize that the steps that India is further away, we are not even aware of that. We must be aware of that national policy also. But the most important thing is vision without action will not do anything. So that is where he indirectly brought the developments on the More-Tamu border crossing. What are the facilities there on their side and on Manipur side? What about the other vital link, Mayawadi and on TAC? Have we ever thought of comparing them and ask ourselves, why do we not have the threat facilitation measures on our side? I have seen the development map of Sagyang, of Tamu, whereby economic zones for Northeastern region, for ASEANs are on the way. Most of you must have gone to Tamu and look at the way it is being developed as a tourist center and as a trading center. What is happening on our Manipur side? The government needs to think that. We need to ponder over that. And if you go to Mayawadi, you will see that it has got a beautiful development, and it's much more better on the TAC side. See that? Hundreds of trucks are lining up every day to cross the border into Mayawadi. That is the type of trade that is taking place over there. Industrial zones are there. In fact, TAC has developed to such an extent that the digital scam from Yunnan and Muse and this place has moved over to this region now. Muse region trade is almost zero now. See that? And from the TAC side of Thailand, you will see in the morning thousands of Burmese labor going to industrial hubs in Thailand, in TAC, on boats crossing the river. And you will see from Mayawadi casinos, on the river sides. That is the level of development at that critical end on the Myanmar border with Thailand. They are prepared. 4 lane, the bridges are there. You can even see the cars that are coming into Rangoon or anywhere in Burma. I believe when I last visited it, were mostly at that time second-hand Japanese and Korean cars, which were being ferried on rafts across the river. I could see it. And the policeman told me, sir, these are all, the vehicles that are going informally. So Thailand is prepared, Myanmar is prepared on these two critical things, but are we prepared at Moreh or in Mizoram? Okay, these are issues that our governments and our trade establishment and industrialists need to look into. Thank you, Khin Maung. Thank you. Our next presenter will be, yes, Dr. Palin. No need to, introduce him. Dr. Palin, he has had, please, sir. He is an actual, trader in healthcare services. He has experiences in Myanmar, and he had plans also, but he has not been able to push it through. Let us listen to him and try to make sense of what are the possibilities of services like education, healthcare, and tourism. These were what Khin Maung had pointed out, that the Minister of External Affairs, Jay Shankar, in the February summit in Assam had pointed out health, education, and tourism. He has not mentioned of manufacturing, because India wants manufacturing to stay for some time until we get a perfect connectivity right up to Vietnam. But service is another matter, good trade in goods and manufacture is another matter, but I think the road is much more clearer in the health and education sector. So Dr. Palin, kindly continue.
Thank you, respected chairpersons, my dear co-panelists, all the delegates and the dignitaries. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to present CISA Mission Myanmar, a global healthcare diplomacy, especially for Myanmar and beyond. Next slide, please. The use of health-related issue to improve health and relations among nations. This is diplomacy, healthcare diplomacy, and this is a part of the, especially the critical part of the foreign policy. Mission Myanmar was a significant healthcare diplomacy initiated by CISA hospitals to provide specialized medical services and training of neighboring Myanmar. The mission would augment the speed of India's Act East policy. Next, please. This is already elaborated. The power comes from the consciousness of the power within. The geography, we cannot avoid geography, already mentioned, and this is the advantage for Manipur also. Next. Myanmar already, we know everything about Myanmar, so I will not elaborate about Myanmar. Next. And second is the neighboring state, and this is the area we have explored, and there is a good connectivity with Manipur, especially on the surface. Next, please. The patients from Thailand, Singapore, India, Myanmar patients are traveling to Singapore, Bangkok, and India. And especially for Bangkok and Singapore, it is costlier. Compared to Manipur, it is 6 to 10 times costlier. Manipur is surface connected and officially opened on 8th of August 2018. Unfortunately, from 2020, because of the corona, the border was sealed, and subsequently nothing could be done, and it was followed by socio-political unrest. Next, please. Yes, India and Myanmar, especially Manipur and Myanmar, we have a historical relationship, and we have all the advantages. We have 4 medical colleges, nursing institutes, paramedical institutes, Trans-Asia Highway number 1 and 2 passing through Manipur, International Airport and rail heads coming up. and India's Look East policy, Act East policy, meeting point of superpower countries like China, India, and Southeast Asia, a war tourism destination in Manipur in English speaking. These are some of the advantages or strength of Manipur. Next. We were invited by Indian Consul General. We have applied for this Mandalay in early part of 2013 for corrective surgery for cleft lip and palate. This is the picture of the cleft lip and palate. In fact, the baby was left in the train because she was a lady and also cleft lip and palate. The parents did not like her, and one brave lady of Manipur took her up and brought here, and we have operated. Now she has cleared class 12. Anyway, they cannot eat properly, they cannot speak properly, they cannot go to the school unless they are repaired. The mission also coincided with the Indo-Myanmar business summit organized by Indian Chamber of Commerce. The location was the same. It was in Moniwa only. Next. Cleft lip and palate, I will not elaborate. We have done altogether 339 cleft lip and palate repair, cataract surgery, and keyhole surgery. And thousands are waiting, particularly in cleft lip and palate and cataract blindness. And also we have done capacity building and training. 6 nurses and 2 doctors, surgeons, we have trained for 2 months free of cost for keyhole surgery and critical care under CISA overseas training program. And we have conducted a free medical camp also at Calais in collaboration with this Rotary Club of Imphal. Next. This is about to start next. The governor of Manipur flag off our team. Next. Unfortunately, that day there was heavy rain and there was no road. And we have seen the security personnel helping us, and we have to take about double the time, 24 hours to reach Mongia from Mori. Next, after reaching the hospital, Monia General Hospital, we were accepted. We had a similar physical structure and emotionally very much connected, and this is the trust they have given to us. Next. And in between, they help us. Next. We met the superintendent of General Hospital and brief about it, and hundreds of them were waiting for us. Next. Next. The Honorable Chief Minister of Sagang, the Honorable Chief Minister of Manipur, those days, Honorable Minister, ex-Minister, Chief Minister Oja Ibobi, they visited us during the camp and encouraged us. Next. This is the keyhole surgery, Mission Myanmar. Next. We could not return. I'm talking about the first camp, this one. We could not return on the same route because of the mud, and there was no road, so we had to return in the Sindhuin River. This was an opportunity for us also. We could see Sindhuin River, vastness of the river and the power of the Sindhuin River, we could see. We enjoyed every moment of the trip. Next. After that, the Honorable Chief Minister of Mandalay, Sagang, and Chin visited us. Even the ambassador and Indian Consul General all visited Manipur during Shanghai Festival, and also visited CISA Hospital and interacted with the Myanmar patients who were undergoing treatment at CISA. Next. And 2018 also we traveled along with the government officials for friendly football match, women football match, India, Sagaing and Mandalay. Next. It was in fact Manipur. We met the Honorable Chief Minister of Sagaing also. He briefed about the healthcare condition of the region. They had only 7 ophthalmologists and 3 can operate. Only 3 can operate for cataract. So there are so many needless blindness, and they were suggesting about helping them to eradicate the needless blindness of the people of Sagaing. After that, Manipur was known previously, before this mission Myanmar, Manipur was known in a different direction. After our these camps, multiple camps, it came the national news, and also they come to know about Manipur, and Manipur was known for healthcare also. They started pouring in before the official opening, and after opening also we received a lot of patients with a visa on arrival. We have treated more than 5,000. This is probably the highest foreign patients to be treated in northern India. And we have done the 2 kidney transplant, both of them from Mandalay. They had to come from Yangon to Calcutta, Calcutta to Imphal. Such a long route because of the sickness, they could not come on the surface. And this joint replacement, brain tumors, mostly stone treatment. As already mentioned, cost is much cheaper, and it was goodwill between India and Myanmar. Next. Regarding particularly for the delegates from outside, Caesar Hospital is a super specialty hospital with a private medical college. It is NABS and NABL accredited. This is for the quality assurance, and we have 1,700, more than 1,700 caregivers, and 40 years of healing. Next. We have all the facilities. Patients are going for medical tourism, like kidney transplant, liver transplant, infertility, cardiac care, joint replacement, interventional radiology, spine surgery, cosmetic surgery, dental care, eye care, cancer reconstruction, and pain management. These are some of the. And also we have 9 Center of Excellence. Next. We have set Guinness World Record also for excising the largest neck tumor in the world, 40% of the total body weight. Next. This is the tumor. Next. We claim, and ultimately it was recorded, and still it is the record. Next. We have reimplanted 8 totally amputated hands and finger. Next. So the impact of Caesar Mission Myanmar, there is a heart-to-heart connection, people-to-people connection, as already mentioned, most important. Manipur known for healthcare, more than 5,000 patients from Myanmar treated, including 2 kidney transplant. Thousands are waiting, but they are unable to come. We have the footfall there, much cheaper than Thailand and Singapore. Next. And this is regarding some of the observation, 2 million population of Indian and Nepalese in Myanmar. Many Buddhists wanted to visit Buddha Gaya, as already mentioned. It can be channeled through Manipur. And there are hundreds of applicants those days, not now, only 7 eye specialists in Sagaing. Land in the integrated checkpost was about to be allotted to us for eye hospital, but it was not. It didn't happen. Next. Training. We suggest for training of doctors, nurses, paramedics, CME program, cleft lip and palate, still we can continue because it is under Smile Train New York. It is done free of cost. The cleft lip and palate and eye and all those laparoscopic surgery also all we have done free. And the only thing we suggest air connectivity, because if the surface connectivity is improved, this is the best transport, particularly for the sick patient and the poor patients. Next, to conclude, Manipur can be the medical value tourism destination of the world. It happened. Even the citizens of Thailand visited us for spine surgery. Unbelievable for us how it has happened, because once you have the quality service and also affordable, people will come. Before Mamangido, Manipur should provide affordable excellence in healthcare, and we can create goodwill between the two nations, rather beyond. Next. I always believe that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauties of their dreams. We have to dream beautiful, and we'll run for medical tourism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Exactly on time, 15 minutes. Thank you, Doctor. Mission Myanmar was a humanitarian journey, and the doctor once told me that he had plans of building a hospital in Maniwa or Mandalay, but the barrier was language. That is one thing. But the other barrier which Manipuris are facing in investing in Myanmar is that of repatriation of profits or capital. So unless these issues are solved, the value chains on the trilateral highway will become difficult. So these are issues that we have to thrash out. I'm sure Kin Mong, his government is discussing all these things. Value chains can happen only when, some amount of language, if Myanmar is learned English or otherwise and so on. Thank you, Doctor. Now, I will invite now our last panelist, S.M. Abdul Kalam Azad, General Secretary, India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dhaka. Fifteen minutes, sir.
Learned moderator, respected panelists, dear audience, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. At the outset, I would like to convey my sincere thanks and gratitude to the Government of India, Government of Manipur, and the Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry in particular, for inviting us over here. We have been listening the discussions of the prudent panelists. We have learned a lot from their discussions. Now, our topic, today's topic is that how Myanmar, how Manipur can get herself prepared as soon as the India-Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highways is established or constructed. So we know that Manipur is a land of beauty. It is full of potentials. It has huge resources. And above all, it is the gateway of India's gateway to the east. So in terms of geographical proximity, the location of Manipur is very vital as far as business and other issues are concerned. So you know that Manipur is very much rich in agriculture and food processing, education and skill development, handloom and handicrafts are there. Information technology is also there, healthcare and wellness is there, infrastructure and real estates are there, tourism and hospitality sectors are also there, startups and innovations, which is almost talked about, are there. So now I shall try to link how Bangladesh and Myanmar can be benefited out of these highways and our port at Matarbari, deep sea port at Matarbari. How Bangladesh and Manipur can be benefited out of this establishment. I think that as soon as the Matarbari deep seaport is prepared, it is almost to be done, and the highway which has been talked about, India, Myanmar, Thailand and highway. So how Myanmar can get, so how Manipur can get herself prepared to harvest the fruits of the highways. So the sectors Manipur have, in which Manipur is rich, they need to be well equipped so that they can harvest the fruits of the establishment, that is the highway and the Matarbari deep seaport. And business between Bangladesh and India has expanded a lot. We are friends over the years, and we are tested friends over the years. So more business will come up. Our main business is at the western part, at the western part of India, that is Kolkata and the west. But as far as the eastern part is concerned, our business is a bit low. So we are trying, from India Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we are trying to be in more engagement, so that more business can come up. And we have attended a number of programs in Guwahati, Shillong, Agartala, and the discussions are almost same, how we can promote business between the two friendly countries. So in terms of business, road construction, infrastructure, customs facilities, and seamless transportation. Sometimes Friday, Saturday, sometimes Sunday, weekend, the port is closed. So people suffer a lot. So we need electronic type of transshipment, so that it can be done without going there. So from that point of view, I feel that Manipur and Northeast as a whole, we have huge scope for joint venture activities, joint collaboration. Bangladesh always desires more Indian investment in Bangladesh. India has invested a lot in Bangladesh. We hope that this investment will continue in the days to come. Now we are going through an interim government. A regular government will come in soon, we hope. Then more business and more opportunities will be explored. So hoping all these issues in view, we hope that more business with Manipur and more business with the Northeast in particular will come up in the days to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Abul Kalam. It is the first time, in my experience, that Bangladesh has come down here, the Chamber of Commerce, and talking of cooperation with Manipur and even value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, I would want to remind Mr. Abul that already a lot of commodities from Bangladesh are selling in our markets, including plastic goods and all that. It's all a matter of turning it into a formal thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have now come to an end. Just a few more words before lunch we are waiting for. Our problem in the Northeast is that we are not producing tradable goods. We are not manufacturing efficiently. We are not able to compete in most of the commodities that is demanded in Southeast Asia. But on the other hand, there are a lot of Indian goods demanded in Myanmar. Myanmar demands everything Indian, but Southeast Asian, they have a better quality, better competitiveness. So our problem is to produce tradable goods, number one. We don't do that, we have to find a way out. That is why Jay Shankar said that we start with services first. We have the infrastructures ready. Assam is ready. Everything is ready, except the trilateral highway itself is not ready. And he said, we cannot make the trilateral highway a hurdle to such an important economic corridor. We'll do anything that we can. Insurgency or unrest in the Myanmar will not be allowed to be a hurdle on the trilateral highway turning into an economic corridor. This is India government's stance. The most important thing about India's position is that Jaishankar himself said, we have to have a change of mind, a mindset, not only in northeastern India, not only in India's neighborhood, but in Delhi itself. Each one of us must have a mindset change. That is what he said. What does it mean? Let us act first within our countries before we act east. What have we done in Assam? What have we done in Manipur? Let us rethink. Let us act first in our country. Then let us act second or first in our neighborhood. That is the neighborhood policy. Unless we carry Bangladesh or even Pakistan, however belligerent it is, Nepal, Bhutan, every one of them, we have to link this up into an integrated, efficient, producing value chain, short value chains, as Praveer has. We have to first to take care of ourselves, our region. That is why we need BIMSTEC. That is why, only when we're prepared to compete manufacturing, sky is the limit. That is what he says. And about the neighborhood policies, which is something that Jaishankar pleaded to Bangladesh, to Nepal, Bhutan, and every one of them is, let us talk of the progress, not of the problems. So much progress has been made. Imagine you know better, the amount of, in the Indo-Bangladesh, manufacturing chains, Assam, cement, so many things are taking place. Let us talk with the progress. Let us not be stuck with our problems. Let us find practical solutions to our problems. So in other words, let us look into ourselves before we venture further on the trilateral highway. India is doing everything possible for connectivities and all that. So ladies and gentlemen, I think it is high time we introspect and act within the country, within the region, within the state first. Let the state governments rise up to it. Is there in the northeastern region any forum that is directing the active policy? No. Donor is not doing it. NEC is not doing it. Is Assam doing it? No. It has a department. But Assam, which India has, is foreseeing and strategically planning to be the hub of India's active policy through the trilateral highway. It has not been able to lead. Assam is yet to lead, isn't it? If India has put in every thousands of crores into Assam for everything, then Assam owes it that it starts leading. Number one. Number two, each of the states peripheral to Assam in the hill regions, each one of them have to wake up to the need for serious attention on the active policy. Ladies and gentlemen, tell me one state in the Northeast whose governments, the political class, have been sufficiently serious to have a strategy and plan for the active policy. No. What was the reason? Professor, until and unless insurgency and law and order comes to a stop, there is nothing doing, we can't do anything. No. Even Jaishankar is saying, in spite of this war in ethnic problems in Myanmar, in spite of Ukraine is still, trading in all sorts of grains and everything. This is what Jaishankar meant. We need a change in mindsets, including Delhi. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, I bring this first plenary session to an end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the conclusion of the first plenary session of the Manipur Global Buyers and Sellers Summit 2025. We extend our heartfelt thanks to our chairperson and all the distinguished speakers for their valuable insights and engaging discussions. We will now break for lunch. All delegates and participants are kindly requested to proceed to the dining area for lunch and networking. Please reassemble in the auditorium after lunch as we continue with the next session of the summit. Enjoy your meal and we will see you shortly. Thank you so much. Honor and felicitate our respected chairperson and speakers of this second plenary session. Now I would like to request S.M. Abul Kalam Azad, Secretary, India-Bangladesh Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Dhaka. They are presenting a memento. It's a token of appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much for your kind gesture. Felicitating Shri Haurokchum Anil, Secretary, Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind gesture. Thank you so much once again. Now I would like to hand over the mic to our respected chairperson, Shri R.K. Nimai Singh, IAS, retired. Hello, check.
Very good afternoon for the second plenary session. We were not provided with a sub-theme, so the distinguished panelists can speak in whatever topic they prefer. Technically, there were 5 speakers, but unfortunately, Dr. T.S.W. Singh, CMD of Babina Group of Companies, have to go back to his hospital because he is also organizing a function there. So we have now 4 distinguished speakers. So we'll start. Before the distinguished panelists start speaking, let me say a few things about the Lucas and the ACIS policy. I had all along, since I was in the government service, saying that the ACIS or the Lucas policy is per se not a policy at all, but rather a slogan, because we don't have a policy document. If there is a policy, there has to be a policy document. We don't have. There is a shift from the Lucas policy, which is basically to have a business trade linkage, then subsequently with the expansion of the influence of China to include strategic aspects. But ultimately, the business will continue to be in the sea route, but an opportunity will be given for the land route also. That was the idea. And basically it was to rope in the Southeast Asian countries in a business partnership with India to contain the growing influence of China. Basically, it's a strategic outlook when India call it the Lucas, this ACIS policy. So I will first request Mr. Toko Tatung, an honorable MLA of Arunachal Pradesh Legislative Assembly and the President of the Arunachal Pradesh Chamber of Commerce, and I will request esteemed panelists to restrict to 15 minutes. I will not give a sign because all are very distinguished personalities, so they will, I hope that they will keep time. But if it is past 15 minutes, then I may have to signal it. But otherwise, I will try not to interrupt as far as possible. And it is our wish to listen to the 4 speakers. So first of all, I'll like to call on Mr. Tokung Tatung, the Honorable MLA and President of the Arunachal Chamber of Commerce, to have his views, because it will be focused on the general theme, that is bridging business sans borders.
This mic.
A very good afternoon. Gratitude to Manipur Chamber of Commerce and the government of Manipur now for this wonderful interaction. In other words, they call Manthan. It is in time, it is required, it is needed. And today in the morning, I was listening to the various panelists. They spoke about many things, and interesting and amazing things they have said. When it comes to notice, Lucas policy and the gibberish of ACIS policy, we have heard so much. Names are being changed, nomenclatures are being changed. How much is it affecting? That we have to understand. And I think we must speak without any fear and without any kind of misgivings, because we all are from this country. We love India. We feel for this beautiful country. And we feel, like the way our Prime Minister says, Bharat ko viksit hona hai, to Purvottar ko viksit hona padega. If we have to develop,
Northeast must be developed and it must become the engine of growth. So the Act East policy. When you talk about Northeast as a unit, we are blessed with a long international boundary. Could be around 5,000 plus. Manipur is sharing a good length of that with Burma. Arunachal almost 520 kilometers. South China we are bordering. We touch Bhutan. I mean, possibilities are, if you really talk about it, is endless. But when we come to Act East policy, then we think, how are we going? How do we begin? We must look within ourselves. Where is Northeast in today's time? What is the contribution to the GDP of the country? We must begin with that, I feel. Assam is big, 5.76 lakh crore. Arunachal, very recently we have touched around 38,000 GSDP. Manipur should be around 47,000 crore. I think Sikkim is 47. Manipur could be around 46 plus. Likewise, if we put together all of us and we talk about the GDP contribution to the country, we are not even 3.01%. And out of that, Assam, yet they have a huge advantage and they have a huge contribution. But if we talk of Northeast again, where were we when the independence were there? We had good infrastructure, if I'm not talking about our part. Otherwise, we had good railway connection with the Bangladesh. We struck oil first in the country. We had tea plantation. But since independence, our curve has gone down. The present government, I must appreciate, they have done a lot when it comes to infrastructure. If I can talk of Arunachal Pradesh, transnational highway, 64,000 crore and so far. If you talk of the frontier highway, we are looking at 1.23 lakh crore. Government is thinking seriously. And we want that seriousness to be translated into the Act East policy. Much has been written. A lot has been written about Act East policy. But how is the policy maker in Delhi taking it? We have listened today. They've given 10 points. Some of them talked about the geopolitical importance of our place. Yes, geography plays a very important part. The kind of culture we have, the kind of food habit that we have, the kind of house that we make is totally defined by the geography that we are in. Talk about bamboo, talk about wood. In Arunachal, why bamboo? We are surrounded by bamboo. We eat bamboo. We dream bamboo. In rituals, we have bamboo. In dance, we have bamboo. In rituals, we use bamboo to make altars out of it. We eat bamboo. We play the flute from the bamboo. Geography does, in fact, emphasizes how we live. So is the policy. We have Burma, my friend, 75 years of independence so far. I would like to urge the policy maker, we have to recalibrate our foreign policy with Burma. How are we seeing Burma? Do we have a policy for Burma? As I was just listening to a retired IAS officer here, he said, is this a policy? Do we have a policy document called Act East policy? If it is a policy, there must be a document. Do we have? Well, I also represent NCP, Ajit Pawar, I'm the president of that. We are in alliance with BJP government in Arunachal Pradesh. But we have to give constructive criticism. Because if Northeast has to survive, we have to think as a unit. Whenever they talk about productivity, whenever they talk about processing industry, or be it anything, they say production is low. We don't match up. How do we solve this problem? We have been thinking about it. I have been thinking about it. When I tell people, let's have another route. Now you have Moray. Unfortunately, it's shut down now. Route towards Burma, then it connects to the limestone mountains of Thailand, then it goes to Laos, Cambodia, into China, wherever we can. We have another road in Arunachal. It's called the Stillwell Road, which connects us from Arunachal, Pangso Pass, to Myitkyina, hardly 375 kilometers, the Kachin capital. Then to Kunming all the way, 1760 kilometers. We have another route that must be revived, that could be revived, that should be revived. What happens when we have different arteries? When they say that, no, Burma is a troubled state. When we make this road, there could be issues. There will always be issues, my friend, like the way in the morning a professor was so beautifully delineated it when he talked about Jaishankar. He was quoting Jaishankar, our external affairs minister. There will always be problems. There will always be insurgency. Could be. There will always be issues. But doesn't mean that we stop trading. There's so much to learn from China as well. Look at what they're doing. Burma is totally with them, if I may say so. They've invested so much in Burma. Look at them now. The government has changed in Burma. Now it's under military rule. But China has their stop in the ruling. Musai and Lusai Road we are talking about today. Most of the trading is done from that land customs station there. 60% of the land trade is done from there. Have they stopped there? No, they're looking for alternative way. They're going to East Shan state called Kangtung. They're trying to go. Are we also looking like that? Have we stopped looking? Much of it should come from Government of India, I believe. Because this cross-border trade, it is defined by the international and foreign policy that we have with the neighboring country. Look at Bangladesh, it is growing amazingly. We, being a part of this geographical entity, why are we being left behind? Where are we? When I see the investment in the infrastructure sector, I get hope, a lot of hope that country is serious. Because if the country is serious, act is policy cannot be a gibberish, it can actually make a difference. And I've seen it. Just in 2024, in January, we have been crying about this. We should have a common currency when we trade with Burma. Because you have to convert your currency twice. The transaction cost is high. They don't get clear information, clearing mechanism. We have been thinking about it, talking about it. Now look what Government of India has done. In 2024 January, now we can trade with Burma in our own currency, in rupees and kyat. A special Vostro account has been opened. Punjab National Bank is taking care of it. India needs lentils, pulses. It's a staple food. Government has taken action on that. I feel this government is a responsible government. We also need to be integrated. We are talking about trade. Why can't we talk about services? If you take the entire GDP of Northeast, you will see that service sector is 49%. It's more than the primary sector and the tertiary, in the secondary sector. We have heard about hospitals being run, a super specialty hospital. That could be a way out. Can't we have more? Can't we have a super specialty hospital here in Imphal? It could be in Guwahati, in Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh, in Mizoram, where people from Burma can come. Why will they come if we don't have any kind of development on the border side? How can we have an ICP when they don't have another ICP on the other side of the border? Who will come and trade with us? We have in Pangso Pass. Pangso Pass is tucked in the corner of the Burma side, and we go there, we have a border hut. But we don't know how the border hut is going to be mechanized now. Border trade has been rescinded in 2015. What are the modalities? We don't know. These are small little things that needs to be taken into account if Act East policy has to prosper. Thailand and Burma, overland train they do, 70% of it, if I may quote, because it is the shortest way. If they go through the sea, it is a very long route, 4,400 kilometers, and if they go through the land route, 900 kilometers, we have the same thing in our favor. If we can go through Moray, if we can go through the Pangso Pass and Stillwell Road, we can have beautiful future together. What is stopping us? Are we prepared, as some of the panelists were saying? Are we prepared? I think we should be prepared. Arunachal, Northeast, now and 20 years back is a different scenario altogether. Now in all of the northeastern state, we have airports, we have railway connection, we have beautiful road being made now. We are getting connected. But is it enough? All I say is we must behave and think in a composite unit. Notice has to think in a composite unit. How do we get the processing industry set up in our place? I feel that what is so much in Burma, we have to think of that. What is so much in Arunachal? Like kiwi, for example. We are the largest producer of kiwi in the country. Now we're thinking of a kiwi institute, which country doesn't have, a central institute for kiwi in Arunachal Pradesh. R&D, and there itself we can do value addition in the kiwi fruit. And all the fruits which grows kiwi that in rest of the northeastern state, we can get it and we can be the main hub of the northeast there. Likewise, if there is an orange, for example, Nagaland, it can be made the hub for orange. There could be value addition there. Likewise, when they say that we don't have productivity, we don't have production, when we aggregate, we have enough production. We have good quantity. Then we can build on that. Sometimes, that's what I think. And the road that we are talking about, especially if I can quote the Stillwell Road, they says that it is the same alignment that Sukapa has taken when he came to our home in 1228 AD. Khamtis have come from there, Singphos have come from there, the same route. And that road, when it was made in 1942, many people have lost their life. Americans, Nepalese, Australians. Talk about it. It can be of sentimental value. We can sell that road. It can be a heritage road. We have to build around our places like that. It could become a tourist circuit. We are talking about World War tourism. Many people have lost their life there. It can be another, attraction. Things like that. I think it's about time. Government of India is serious. I believe they are serious. And if they're serious, then they must do things. And they are doing, I believe. Let's start with border hut. Why cannot we have as many border huts in the long boundary that we have with Burma than we have with Bhutan? I don't want to go to South China now, Tibet. Let's start with these two countries. How many land customs stations are there? If you take a stats, or it could be around 46, how many of them are functioning? For example, in Arunachal, Nampong, LCS, notified in 1951, not yet functional. Right now, they have done a survey a few months back. They're thinking of making it functional now. How many times the Joint Trade Committee or the Joint Working Group, which talks and looks after the border hut, meets in Delhi? Who are monitoring this? Are we monitoring this? If we don't cry out, why will they? They have many things to do. Government of India takes care of the entire country. They have many pressing issues. And if people of Northeast, representative of the Northeast, and the government of the Northeast doesn't cry about it, then why would anybody would like to listen to us? We must cry out, we must reach out, we must tell that we need this to be done. Border hut needs to be reopened. The items which was given there should be re-examined. We were happy with border hut, border trade. Normal trade is affecting us. Where is the normal trade now? It's disappeared. So I think in the morning the panelists were saying a lot is on us also. We are not crying out enough. Look at Assam. They're not doing any effective trade with Burma. They're doing it with Bangladesh, but they have an Act East department. Act East desk. Precisely pointed out. Do we have? No. But we are crying about Act East policy. We are so passionate about it. But we are not doing anything about it. Like my chief minister, he's going to Japan in this coming month. We are talking about the buckwheat, from where they make the main staple food of Japan. The noodles is being made from there. We are thinking of how to make that, how to get that. Can we think of an international airport in Itanagar, or for example, Dimapur, or here, we can directly fly to Rangoon, we can directly fly to the capital of Burma. Can we think of that? Can we think of straight away to Thailand, to any other Southeast Asian country? Because if we have to work on the ground. We must help government of India to redefine the policy of Act East, because it is affecting us. If Act East becomes a possibility, if it becomes a dream come true, who's going to benefit? Do you think only country? No, all of us. We will contribute more. We were listening to it. In the morning, in the slideshow, they showed we are contributing only 3 of the GDP, 3%. Now, if you do all that, they're saying 8 to 10%. Now, India is talking about becoming a Viksit nation in 2047. The growth rate, economic growth rate per year should be 7.8%. Any economist will tell you here. How are we going to reach that mark? Do you think the country alone, that side will do? What about us? If Northeast contributes the way it should be, the kind of potential that we have, if we realize that, I'm telling you, it is not a remote possibility. It is a possibility. And time has come. It is the right time to talk about Act East. It is the right time. There was a survey done in Burma by their strategic institute. I forgot the name of it. They were saying when they take the survey, 58% of the Burmese people are not happy with China. They're saying we are not happy. That corridor that they're making, trying to connect to the Pacific, it is going to benefit that country only. They're not happy. They're not happy with the way the political turmoil and China's role in it. It is the time for government of India to invest more. It is not easy, I know. It is a complex country, I know, but we have to. We have done so much. $2 billion was invested, I was just saying in the panel from our friend in Burma. We have to invest more there. We already have cultural connection. Like the Chinese have the cultural connection in the Rohili state. On the both sides, they have their own people. Wa people, they are on the other side of the border. We also, in our district, in our state, can't we make use of that? How many people-to-people interactives have taken place? Can you give me a stats for that? I don't remember much. Where is the people-to-people interaction happening? Can we start doing that? Let's start with people-to-people. Let's encourage each other, know each other, understand each other's culture, encourage it. And let trade come after that. Humanity comes first. When we understand each other, trade will follow. Government of India has already invested. Let's build on that. Let's put our effort on that. Then, my friend, then only we can think of an Act East policy. Or else, the gibberish of Act East policy will remain on the paper, will remain on the rhetoric. It won't come into reality. Then we will see, like the way the trade is happening. Yes, bilateral trade you pick up of India and Burma, of India and Thailand, of India and China, or anything. You see the trade's happening, but is it touching us? Not at all. It is avoiding us and going through the maritime way. From the seas. Do you want to be left out? I've taken a trip from Arunachal because I feel that it's very important. I must give kudos to the Manipur Chamber of Commerce. In spite of the kind of atmosphere that you have in here, you have taken the courage to call this important convention so that we can get together and do a manthan, a serious manthan, a churning of mind and ideas, whereby we think for ourselves, we talk for ourselves, we talk of Northeast, we talk of the country. It is time, my friend, that Northeast has to behave like one, act like one, think like one. We have our own peculiarities. I know that will remain so, but we have to be like one. Donor has to take more important initiative. I was speaking to the donor minister during his trip to Zero. I told him, all the intellectuals, all the entrepreneurs, all the industrialists are looking up to you now. We're having a lot of expectations from Jyotiraditya Scindia because we know that you have it in you and you can bring some change. You will give a direction to it. We're looking up to you. And he was very, very encouraging. He was also of the opinion that Northeast must be seen as a composite whole. They have their own characters, but they have a character, one which defines the wholeness of it, and we have to act according to that. I feel time has come. Why? Because Manipur? Why because Arunachal? Why Nagaland? Why Mizoram? Because we are contagious with this place. You cannot change your neighbor. They will be there as long as humanity is there. So we have to work on it. We have to be smart. If need be, we have to learn from China. If need be, we have to learn from Bangladesh how they're doing it. We must impress upon the policymaker in the center, in New Delhi, and tell that we need things here. It cannot only be on the paper. It cannot only be rhetoric. It has to be on the ground. And time has come. You have done enough for Northeast. You're bringing a lot of development. You're making railways. You're making airports. We are getting connected. Now what? When the corridor is made, For example, that IMT, Indo-Myanmar and Thailand road is done. It is done, suppose it's just a corridor and it is not affecting us, then how it is going to help us? We have to make arteries out of that highways and ensure that our industries are being facilitated. Our products are being designed. Our products are being exported. How do we do that? When we come together. And come together in a convention like this, but let it not end here. Let there be follow-up. Let there be backup from here. Let there be paper presentation. Let it be given to the New Delhi. Through your government, through my government, through the government of Northeast, through the Confederation of Industrial Association that we have. In fact, let me tell you, our friend is here, Anil. We have formed an organization called Kaniski. It represents the entire chambers of 8 different states of Northeast. We are taking a small baby step towards that direction. I was happy when we didn't get any topic to talk to. We have the elbow room and the leg room to go and talk everything. So I'm trying to speak as much as I can. I'm trying to cover as much. And I really feel that time has come. Time has come. And like in Arunachal, wherever I go, I say, penned by the late Bhupen Hazarika, the bard of Brahmaputra. When he talked about Arunachal, he says that Arun Kiran, Shish Bhushan, Kant Himki Dhara, Prabhat Suraj Chumbit Desh, Arunachal Hamara, the land where the sun rises first. That's where we are from. That's where I am from. That's where we are from. Northeast holds the future of this country. I'm telling you, a day will come, we will be the engine of growth. We will have all the things. We have the rivers. We have the minerals, the rare earth minerals we have. We have the petroleum. We have the hydro. Arunachal Pradesh, 50,000 megawatt. If you want to develop it, we will be the powerhouse. We are thinking that 10,000 crore annually will come from the revenue there. We have the power, we have the petroleum, we have the mineral, we have the agriculture, we have the floriculture, we have the horticulture. And Arunachal, you know how much? I'll give you the stats. We are only using 29% of our capabilities. We have only 28 million lakh hectares that could be cultivable. But we are using only 1.9% of it. We have so much of potential. We could be the bed of horticulture in the country. The fruit bowl, the processing industry can be triggered from here. So what are we waiting for? I think, like somebody has said, we must look within the region first. Let us have people-to-people contact, business-to-business meet with Arunachal, Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Manipur, Tripura, Sikkim. Let's start with that. Let's see where we can collab. Let's see where we can aggregate our production and there have an understanding. All right, Arunachal, you do the kiwi. Nagaland, you do the pineapple. Assam, you do the ginger. Let's come out with that kind of policy, whereby we'll be completing each other. Before I sign off, we heard of the Sijori Triangle that was started way back in the early 90s. Singapore, Indonesia, and Malaysia working on their competitive advantages. Some will provide the capital, some the raw material, some cheap human labor. Can't we think something of that in the Northeast? Can't we think of India, Burma, and Thailand? If I say China, it might be far-fetched. But can't we have a growth triangle involving these 3 countries? Money is being invested. It needs a direction. It needs additional input. Can't we think? Can't we sit down? Can't the government of this 7, 8 beautiful state get together and say to the government in New Delhi that this is what we want, let's do it. And I see no reason why government of India would not like to do. Because they are, as the Prime Minister Modi says, we are the Asta Lakshmi, they says. We says that Purvottar ko viksit hona hi hai. हमें विकसित होना पड़ेगा. किस तरह का विकसित हमें चाहिए, हमको डिसाइड करना है. समय आ गया है मेरे भाई और बहनों. I would say, my friends here, time has come. Let's wake up from the slumber. Let us not let not anybody come and tell us how to go about it. Let us design our own future, sitting together like brothers and sisters. And let us find a way out. I would like to end with 4 lines. I love this line, When I read it, it was in Urdu, translated in Hindi. It is for all the naysayers who says that it is not possible. It is not possible. You are seeing an impossible dream. Can I share one incident when Niti Aayog, that time I was not an MLA, I was the Secretary General of Arunachal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. When we were talking about Stillwell Road, one fine gentleman and distinguished gentleman, an expert on some matter, came along with Niti Aayog and told me that General Stillwell is dead, so is the road. I said, I would like to beg to differ. General Stillwell might be dead, but the road is alive and kicking on the other side of the border. This is what we are saying. So to all those people who thinks, who sees Northeast from the prism of security, it's about time. Border policies, foreign policies are made for the betterment of the people who lives in those contiguous areas. If you're working for those people, you're working for India. We are Indian. If tomorrow we get the benefit, India is getting the benefit. So we have to keep that in the mind. So to all those negative naysayers, I have these 4 lines. I'll say that, then I would like to wind my speech. I say, मैं दिया हूं, मेरी दुश्मनी तो सिर्फ अंधेरे से है, ये हवा तो बेवजह मेरे खिलाफ है. Thank you. May God bless us all. May God bless the people of Manipur. Thank you.
Excess, but doesn't matter. Thank you very much. Mr. Tokotatham have mentioned the need for the Northeast to come together as a bloc, so they will have more bargaining powers, and the need for the redevelopment of the Lido Road, which is functional in Myanmar, but it is not connecting with the Indian side, and is a very famous Second World War road built under the initiative of Brigadier General Stillwell, a very well-known personality during the Second World War in the Burma campaign. His point is well taken, because Ruli, in 1986, the Chinese constructed a statue, the finger pointed toward the south. By now, it is the statue was constructed on a paddy field, and it is all paddy. But now, if you go to Ruli, you will not see even a single paddy field. It is all multi-story structures. So they have a 50 years plan. India has a 5-year plan. That is the tragedy which India is facing. Now I will call upon Professor W. Chanbabu, the Vice Chancellor of 2 universities in Manipur, Dhanamanjari University and the Manipur Technical University. So, sir, please take your time.
Thank you, sir. Respected moderator, Dr. R. Kinimai, and other distinguished co-panelists, and learned delegates and invitees and friends. We have listened very thoroughly from the first speaker, very loud and clear what we have to do. In this speech, I just would like to focus only 3 or 4 things. On this particular theme, bridging business sans border. The first area which I just would like to focus out here is how will we create capacity for bridging the business sans border. This is one area. The second thing is how will we speed up this whole process. And the third thing, which is very vital, is on what areas should we be ready. So confining on these 3 or 4 areas, I just would like to discuss on this very platform. When we say all about bridging business sans border, who is going to do this? As the entrepreneurs are going to do this, or the businessmen will do this, the government is going to do this, or the academic institutions? Who is going to do this? Or will there be any role of the civil society organizations and various other, say, left out stakeholders? And this is one of the very important concerning questions. Now, when we talk about, see, business and the flourishing business and connecting with people across the border, we should have the capacity to do that. Who is going to create that kind of, say, capacity? How will we create that kind of, say, capacity that connecting with people across the border is important for our survival, for our sustainability, for our, say, good living in this part of the country? Okay, and when you talk about, see, this awareness all about the manufacturers, awareness about the sellers, awareness about the buyers, awareness about the demands and expectations of the people from both sides of the country and all other, so neighboring countries. And who is going to make, this awareness? Awareness about the market in Myanmar, awareness about the market in Bhutan, awareness about market in Nepal and Bangladesh and various other countries in and around. And here, this awareness is to be done or is to be, say, provided by MSMEs, it is to be done by academic institutions, or this is to be done by the policy makers and the government. Or will we do, see, this exercise only by, say, suppose, some other, say, external agents? And here, what sort of, say, awareness we are supposed to give? This is again is another very important question. Not only is this a market. Market awareness is very important. Expectations of the people in and around, this is another concern. And beyond that, what are the other things which we are supposed to give awareness? Awareness about, say, suppose, say, skills, awareness about this is, say, investment, awareness about this logistics, awareness about regulating, say, bodies and their requirements, rules and regulations, guidelines. Who is going to give, this kind of, awareness? That is, say, one very important, aspect. That is why what I mean, in my, say, perspective out here is we need, to have very strong community training programs. We need, to have, very strong, say, career development centers to make and enable. Otherwise, the whole progress of, doing things will remain at a very slow pace. And the slower we are, the more will be left out in this digital world, in this highly, say, technologically advanced environment. This is one aspect. Now, in this case, how can we help in, say, speeding all these things up? When we talk about, say, speeding it up, we need to have a very strong team who can think very seriously all about this market, who can think day and night for exploring, new perspectives, who can think seriously for about, global change, who can think very seriously for about innovation and various other, say, demands which are coming up in these emerging markets. And without this, dedicated team of people who always dream and think day and night, for this purpose, we will not be in a position, to understand what is there, to other side of the border, what is there, in the, other states, what is there in my own, neighboring districts. That is, very important here. And these things are very important because we need, to understand and analyze, the buyer's behavior. The buyer's behavior is keep on, changing. Okay, how things are, moving and how things are changing, we need, to keep on doing research and collecting information and data and provide it to the policymakers, provide this information to the MSMEs, provide this information to the Chamber of Commerce and Industries, and provide this information to academic institutions so that they can integrate these ideas at the time of conducting classes and sessions and other training programs. In fact, these people and this team of people which we are going to groom should basically disseminate all these ideas. And without disseminating this information and providing this information, we will not be in a position to address the global change, and we will not be in a position to bridge the gap which we are feeling and basically encountering in our own day-to-day life. Today we talk about flourishing businesses and selling our products, but how to sell and where to sell? How do you know that my product is demanded in China? How do you know that our handicraft items are demanded in Nepal? How do we know that this is demanded in Thailand? Who is going to provide this information? Only by a team of people who conduct continuous day and night research, who can burn this sleepless, who can live many sleepless nights and burn this midnight oil. Without them, things will not move in that way. And here, when you talk about grooming of this kind of team, this team is to be groomed from the academic institutions. Otherwise, it will not be possible. Even if they are groomed from the academic institutions, they should be groomed not by the speakers. They should be groomed by trainers. There are two types of people, one who trains and one who speaks. And we need people who basically can train in those areas. I'm not talking about good people who can speak. We need more people who can train, who knows hands-on experiences on that specific area. That is very important. Again, when we talk about speeding up also all these aspects, another very important perspective on that is all about creating large number of teams who can analyze data and who can talk about the requirements of the buyers and the sellers, and who can think very seriously all about how to connect these buyers and the sellers. One team of people who can explore market, one team of people who can explore demands continuously, and one team of people who can always explore the supply side and the manufacturers and the producers. But when these things happen, we need one more group of people. Who is that group of people? This group of people are nothing but the aggregators. And without these aggregators, the connect between the buyers and the sellers will never be possible, in an easy way. And that is why we need more number of aggregators. Suppose MoMA is doing exceedingly well in terms of this aggregating business. But we need more number of aggregators who can connect buyers and the sellers. And when we talk about connecting buyers and the sellers, one team is going to continuously explore the buyers, and one team is going to explore continuously these manufacturers and the producers. And just like what Ola is doing, just like what Make My Trip is doing, just like what Uber is doing, in the same manner, we need a very sound, very good and a strong team of people who can act as an aggregator. And these aggregators are going to connect the buyers and the sellers. Manipur basically doesn't have that kind of strong aggregators. But if it is not so, then shall we create more aggregators? Or will we link to high-end aggregators so that our buyers and sellers can connect effectively well and at the same time fulfill and address the requirements of this is the theme of our discussion today. Now, the third thing which I just would like to address out here is to focus on the favorable ecosystem. We always talk about the favorable ecosystem. Manipur basically doesn't have that kind of favorable ecosystem, okay, still. But this ecosystem needs to be improved. We have the ecosystem, but that ecosystem needs to be improved so that the bridging between the buyers and the sellers, sans borders, happens in a very effective manner. When you talk about the ecosystem, we should have a very sound legal environment. We should have a very good, say, law and order. We should have a very, very sound and effective regulating agencies, and the outlook of the stakeholders and the policy planners towards building business infrastructure in a very good way, and it is very important. And when these things are supposed to be done, then academic institutions also need to provide very good feedback to the government, policymakers, to the civil society organizations, and to those who are looking for a career in these areas. And without giving awareness and training all about the legal environment of business in our country, and the legal environment of business of Manipur and the northeastern region and all these states out here, it will be very difficult for the aggregators, it will be very difficult for the manufacturers and the producers, and even for the buyers, okay, to have a very sound and effective business environment. And that is extremely important for us to think of. And in that line, the institutions need to have a very thorough connect with all these stakeholders, with all these manufacturers, all these producers, and all those people who are basically looking for the policy perspectives with relation to establishing businesses and making this flourishing. And that is very important. On the side of the government needs to have very good connect with all the embassies across Southeast Asia and East Asia, if we are targeting, Act East policy and Look East policy. What embassies are doing? Indian embassy in Thailand, Indian embassy in Myanmar, Indian embassy in China, Indian embassy in, Singapore. What is it these embassies are doing? Are these embassies trying to pull out the sellers and the buyers and making a connect out there? That is something which we also need to understand and focus very well. The embassies are not taking proper a positive role in flourishing business, in making connect between Manipur and Northeast India and the rest of the world and the rest of the Southeast Asian countries, then it will be very difficult. So their role is extremely important. So how the state government and all other chief ministers of these 8 states of northeastern region of India are connecting to these embassies through Ministry of External Affairs or the Government of India. That is also one part which we cannot avoid all the time, and that is really very, very important. And in that line, some of the countries of the Southeast Asian nations, they are doing exceedingly well compared to this kind of connect with rest of the world. That is why doing business is easier in these countries, and that is also something we need to ponder out here, and that is very important. And besides, how can we build this kind of ecosystem? It is very difficult to say, but we need to have a proper positive mindsets in that line, and how this Chamber of Commerce and Industry should connect with academic institutions and groom the kind of manpower in terms of logistics training, in terms of GST, in terms of filing of documents, in terms of conducting training for people who can work in that line, and in terms of sourcing people who can keep on continuously sitting in the computer system and explore the market possibilities all across the world, and what kind of demand is creating out there, and how can we create demand of our own product by putting it in different websites and connecting with various other AI led business platforms, and these things are basically extremely important. And without that, bridging, you see, this gap of the emerging market will be very difficult. Without this kind of grooming, it will be very difficult for our country to flourish economically and also say maintaining our own high living standard. And this is what I only place in front of all our learned delegates, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Chan Babu. Professor Chan Babu has made a plea for the capacity building, a comprehensive think tank which is grounded to the roots, and the use of new technologies in the business. Otherwise, we'll be left out, and once we are left out, it will be very difficult to catch up. He has given lots of thoughts, and I do hope that the Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industries and other chambers of commerce of our neighboring states and countries will be taking note of. Because if we want to move ahead, then we have to ride on the technological advancement. And now I request Mr. Ridip Baparnas of the Assam Chamber of Commerce, and I request him to take his time.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the right step in the right direction. Manipur is a state which is full of natural resources. My previous speaker has already mentioned that we require accelerators who can play the role of not middleman, I'll tell facilitator who will just connect the buyer and seller. But you will be surprised because I am also into exports. From all the states, every resource, like as our honorable MLA from Arunachal told us, kiwi is being taken away, but our buyers do not get the appropriate price. Already people from UP and Bihar who are into exports, they already take away kiwis from Arunachal. Similarly, pineapples in Manipur is a focus area which we can focus upon. Because pineapple from Manipur is being sold in Dubai market, as I have seen in the month of January 2025. So, apart from that, as you have seen, thanks to our Honorable Chief Minister of Assam, Mr. Himant Biswa Sharma, our enterprising CM has gone to Singapore, Japan and all these places personally to meet investors. So, we can definitely bring together the diaspora who are based of all the 8 states to a particular common forum. We can seek their help of the Indian diaspora who is staying abroad and build upon a way of communication. You see, as of today, exporters are majorly from Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Gujarat. It is because they have a very strong diaspora in all the Middle East and neighboring countries. So why can't we think in that line? Apart from them, apart from these traditional sectors, can we also think of moving to non-traditional sectors like bamboo, which we are rich in? This will definitely, because you see now it is not a domestic market or something, it is a global village. So we can go anywhere, and the more big we dream, the more we achieve. So absolutely, as our Honorable MLA sir has already said, that united we stand, will grow together. So I will not, because all the points have been already covered by my previous speakers, so I will not take much of your time. Thanks for inviting us. We, on behalf of Assam Chamber of Commerce, is immensely thankful to Manipur Chamber of Commerce and Industry for this kind gesture. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ridip. Mr. Ridip has emphasized the need for leveraging our diaspora, which is needed. And as Professor Chan Babu has said, that our embassy should be much more proactive in business deals rather than following the same old British system of being a representative of a government. They should be more proactive in looking for business opportunities. Now I request our last speaker, Mr. Kaburagi Yoshihiro, retired Deputy Managing Director, Panasonic Private Limited, Japan, to take his time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and honorable organizer, delegates, and participants here. It is my great pleasure to present something about a relationship between Northeast and India and Japan. On top of Manipur, I'd like to talk about the Northeast India region-wise, in order for you to understand more easily the relationship between Japan and India. Through slide presentation, I'd like to explain briefly several points. Next. This is my career. I was born 1947, 2 years after the independence of India. So now I'm 78 years old, maybe too old enough. But thanks to my career, I could be stationed in Delhi for 2 years in National Panasonic India Private Limited. And moreover, after my retirement at the age of 55 years old, I was granted, very fortunately, by the government of India, scholarship and exchange program, cultural exchange program between Japan and India. 6 years, I studied very hard. It's very difficult to follow the lecture at the Punjab University in Chandigarh. So thanks to my basic knowledge expanded, not only business but also overall society and culture, I may little bit touch on more compared with common people of Japan. Next. My main topics this time, first of all, cultural and historical background. Then coming into current situation, relationship between India and Japan overall. Then come up with somehow, the business management, key factor for success in business. And then somehow, as a conclusion, I'd like to touch upon a little bit of how to boost interchange between Northeast India and Japan. Next. Japan is, archipelago located eastern part of Eurasia. So we have several metro like Tokyo capital, Osaka, Kyoto, ancient capital of Japan. Next. 4 seasons we have. And the climate also, to some extent, similar with Northeast India. Okay. Next. So by and large, when we talk about image of Northeast India among common Japanese, I can pinpoint First of all, most Japanese people say about Assam tea or Darjeeling tea. Then come up with, particularly old people like me, we have several books we have written about very fierce war, the Imphal operation, marched by Japanese army together with National Indian Army headed by Chandra Bose. And then other matters, somehow some people talking about as a topic. Next. Fundamentally, India, including Northeast India, is a root of Japanese culture. Japanese culture. That is climatized within monsoon Asia, maritime Asia, and more importantly, connected with Northeast India, the hottest belt of shiny leaves. I can touch a little bit more details. Then Buddhism gave us deepest impact, culture and society of Japan. Next. This shows shiny leaves forest beetles as a headstream of Japanese culture. You see in this map, there we call East Asian Crescent, starting from Bhutan, Assam, also southwestern China, and northern Burma. This region, we can share the similar culture, and this culture propagated to Japan, particularly Western Japan, across sea. Next. We have various similarity under slash and burn cultivation. As mentioned here, in terms of clothing, fashion, food, cooking, housing, utensil, and some mythology, and some festival, the custom. Next. As you know, this is shifting cultivation, still very popular in Northeast India. Okay, next. Wafuku is our Japanese traditional clothes. Somehow, I know, we can find out some traditional clothes, like, the Wafuku, Japanese clothes. Okay, next. Bamboo work and lacquer wear, also very popular in Japan. Okay, next. This custom, actually, I showed this one, not now. Already 200 years ago, during Ed area, they have such a custom. One is dyeing teeth in black for ladies. And also the tattoo. There was very much, the custom during Edo area. Just you could see, this, messenger boy, whole body with tattoo. You may understand why he likes to put tattoo whole body. Because he has to run very quickly. So sweating. So he should be naked. But, if he appears naked to the crowded people, it's some, the custom or not, the polite manner. So instead of wearing clothes, he put tattoo. Something like he show respect to other people. He is trying to wear the clothes by putting tattoo. So I can touch upon a little bit about tattoo, sorry. Next. Fishing using birds, also popular. And fermented food, very popular. I know very much, fermented food, you very much prefer to eat. Next. And architecture, we can find similar design. This one shows some typical Jinja, Shinto shrine, original nature worship. You can see, some, the cross beams. Like, Nagaland, you put, the such kind of cross beam in the houses. And also, next please. Thatched roof, the houses was very popular before World War II, particularly in rural country, farmer's house. Next. This, azekura zukuri in Japanese is very old tradition to make house by putting, original, natural logo. Or as you can see, this, photo. And this is very famous. The treasure, the house kept, so many Japanese treasure for emperors. Next. The nature worship, Shinto, we pray and we worship for example, big, the trees, as well as big rocks like sea. Okay. Then ancient times, all the way from India through Central Asia, China and Korean Peninsula, information, culture, and Buddhism reached to Japan, cross seas. And we have several routes, land routes as well as sea routes, and particularly the south-north Silk Route crossed this area, northeast India, and reaching to southwest China, then cross Japan, reaching to the capital of Japan, Nara. Next. Human interaction. The history. Through the ancient times, Middle Age, Modern Age, up until recent age, we had several interchanges. Ancient times, I mentioned a little bit, Buddhism. Buddhist monks exchange in China mainly. Buddhist monks arrived in China, and some Buddhist monks reached to Japan. Whereas Japanese monks also went to China, they could exchange with Indian monks over there. And Middle Age, before national isolation, around 15th century, there was, the international trade flourished in Southeast Asia. So there were several, Japanese towns over there, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, and Indonesia. Those. Also, Indian merchants, they arrive in the Southeast Asia. So definitely there should be some exchange between Indian people and Japanese. And after Meiji Restoration, late 19th century onward, there are several big personalities, Indian and Japanese. They visited each other, India and Japan. Next. This is one example, ancient time. Daibutsu Nara, biggest, Vairochana Buddha, about 15-meter tall, still there. And this, the big, the Buddha statue, eye-opening ceremony, one, the Indian monks called Bodhisena was invited for eye-opening ceremony. And also, Japanese monk, as you can see, Kukai also went to India, went to Japan to exchange Indian monks over there. Next. So, Buddhism, when we talk about Japanese Buddhism, several Hindu deities also worship. Typical one, you can see Ganesha. As the name, Japanese name, the Kangiten or Shoten-san, we are worshipping Ganesha in Buddhism. Something like the several Hindu deities are put as a guardian for Buddhism. Next. Most important and direct impact given to North India and overall India is, as you may know well, Imphal operation. Imphal operation. Marched by Japanese army from Burma, together with, as I mentioned, Indian National Army headed by Subhash Chandra Bose. There was very fierce battle. So out of total, the soldier, they mobilized in Burma operation, about 1.8 lakhs soldiers. About 80,000 soldiers died, killed during the battle of Burma operation, inclusive of Imphal operation. Next. This shows several, the personality of Japanese who are related with India. Next. And of course, for Japanese, we have familiar image of Indians, as you know well. Okay. Next. Right now, between India and Japan, Indo-Pacific region, now changing geopolitics. But under Indo-Japan Vision 2025, we got special strategic and global partner, special between India and Japan. Next. And when we talk about both society, Japan's total population declining, less birth rate, less young people, more aged people like me. Whereas India continues to grow, become number one biggest population country. Next. So through this, the social, the change or tendency, we can find out some complementary relationship between India and Japan in terms of resources and technology, in terms of export item, natural materials against the industrial items, and manpower and money power, and finally education and sanitation. So we can check up the one by one this kind of complementary relationship between India and Japan that can be applied for Northeast India. Next. Present interchange with Japan growing closely more, but still there is big gap difference when we compare with China in terms of visitors, in terms of students, in terms of dwellers living both in Japan and India, and also learners of Japanese language, and the interchange among local governments like district, like states, like prefecture, like town or city. So still not so close, the interchange between India and Japan. But trade amount growing, and last one, 2024, direct Japanese investment is bigger than China. So this is very, what shall I say, favorable the sign for India. Now when we consider worldwide tendency, politically, economically, when we talk about supply chain also, then there is, the direction or trend for Japanese enterprise tries to shift their investment in a country from China to India, even though there is a very big difference among two countries. Next. So nowadays, there are several Japan's foreign program, particularly for human resources, the workers. We have two programs at present made by Japanese government. One is skill intern trainee, not worker. So, by getting training, of course, they have to, work at the factory or offices. So in that sense, they are working, but basically they are trainee. But, on 2027, because of shortage of manpower in Japan, this system will be changed to under-training workers as well as specific skill workers. This is directly in order to get, the human resources from India, something like that. Next. India government is promoting several the industrialization, advanced technology, as you can see those logos. Next. So in line with Indian government policy, Japan also trying to promote Indo-Japan joint project. As you can see details from here, particularly Japan Overseas Cooperation Volunteer, Grassroots Technical Cooperation, etc. Next. JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, trying their best to support several, the infrastructure particularly. As you can see this slide, this cover up the region of Northeast India. Next. Same also. Next. And overall, for example, in the region, bamboo use promotion project carried out. Next. And also the grassroots project, Japanese government trying to support India. As you can see, they set up priority area like healthcare, education, and poverty, etc. And we already got some result through this grant assistance for grassroots project. Grassroots, very important. Before we talk about global business, grassroots required very close relationship between India and Japan. So grassroots project is the basis, starting point for more mutual and closer collaboration. Next. Next, please. And those, the Japan's joint project or information are being given by several, the organization, both Japan and Indian organization, like Embassy of Japan, New Delhi, under ODA, GGP, and Cultural Grant Partnership, and Consulate General Japan, Kolkata, and JICA, and JETRO, Japan External Trade Organization, both located in New Delhi, and Japan Foundation, also New Delhi, and some University Tokyo, as well as Ritsumeikan University, they set up office in New Delhi, and Japan-India Association, as well as Kansai Japan-India Culture Society in Japan side, also provide several information for Indian people, as well as Indian government and Indian society. And on top of Japanese organization, you have your own organization to promote the relationship between India and Japan, like Indo-Japan Friendship Association. They have an office here in Imphal. And Indo-Japan Welfare and Culture Association, Kolkata, and Indo-Japan Language Society, also in Kolkata. Next. When I visited recently the Consulate General of India in Osaka, I found out several, the pamphlet published by several, the Indian states. One is I put, the special remark is in the center. You can see Telangana state. They specially made this pamphlet for agriculture collaboration with Japanese technology. Most of, the Indian states pamphlet displayed over there, tourism promotion. Next. And when we try to do good job or management, according to my experience, worked at Panasonic for 33 years, our founder, Konosuke Matsushita, always emphasized importance of mission. Mission should be understood every staff. So he put special emphasis. He declared first, basic management objective. Next, then company creed. Then, next, 7 principles. 7 principles, every morning assembly, still I remember, we chanted each other those 7 principles from contribution to society up until gratitude. This, basic attitude for us to complete our job, contribution to society. This almost, still now, I remember those 7 principles. Next. And this is a very basic matter. I don't need to touch upon so much. Basic elements for management, particularly organization management, company management, or manufacturer, resources, manpower, material, money, then information. Those 4 elements, resources, and process from development, production, sales and service should be rotated and completed under plan, do, check, action. Under plan, do, check. This kind of rotation of activity systematically, then we can expect, there's some success ultimately in our business transaction. Next. One more point which is remarkable in Japanese company, I take example Toyota Motor, biggest motor company in the world. This shows, the Toyota group of companies, affiliated and subsidiary companies, this stuff. But on top of those, group companies, the one suppliers, smaller industry, the smaller factories, enterprises, most important, they have their own skill, technique, know-how, based on their own experience. So I can say smaller enterprise is the base of Japanese economy. Next. And one more thing, I got one message from eminent business consultant in Tokyo, Mr. Shimada Takashi. He particularly likes to emphasize basic condition of collaboration. What he likes to emphasize is how to offset surplus in their side and deficit, shortage of manpower in Japan. We can collaborate right now, just like automobile service mechanics, just like caregiver, nurse, assistant. So in order to proceed, the collaboration, he emphasized to share, bearing mutual responsibility together with expenditure. This mutual responsibility with expenditure is very important for practical activity by collaboration with each other. Next. So, more or less as a conclusion of today's my presentation, I'm planning myself to set up new NPO, non-profit organization, focus on Northeast India, and particularly in the field human way of life, grassroots activity. So this kind of concentration or limited field or target area, I like to support better, closer relationship between Northeast India and Japan. Okay, next. So target area, 8 states of Northeast India, plus West Bengal, or northern part particularly, because of similar culture as a head stream of Japan, and geopolitical strategic area as the frontier of Act East policy. Next. Target field, as I mentioned, closely connected daily human way of life, wearing, eating, and living, something like that. Next. Management, as told you, basic element for management. We follow management cycle, management committee. We invite various field people from artists, scientists, scholar, business person, business consultant, and if necessary, we like to set up a liaison office or Japanese liaison base in this region to support closer, the interchange or the communication between Northeast India and Japan. Then we like to call up, somehow donation from the members as start up matching fund, something like that. Of course, we have to be very careful, make sure of the security in this region. Frankly, nowadays, still, Japan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs set up certain area, Northeast India, as level 2. Level 2. Not recommended not to visit, not to travel. The non-essential and non-urgent purpose, something like that. So always we have to make sure of the security. Next. So this is the one which I like to talk to you, and I am very much appreciate if you can give me any kind of advice to realize for mutual, the collaboration and interchange more closely between North India, particularly Manipur and Japan. So before closing that, may I keep attention, basic idea when we think about this world. The nature, under nature, human way of life by human spirits and culture, material and spiritual. So those three main features, the interact or interchange each other. Then this world is going on. Next. Then, in other words, culture or civilization is being carried out by human circle or bond from individual, family, society, community, nation, and then global. Even though nation has its own national border. Next. So, finally, I can ask you, will you like to stay observer or content with follower? Or you can challenge innovator, of course. Next. So there are several, the saying, when we like to have, the better life, way of life, as we are living under the past, present, and future. So this present instance, I can share with you the communication, information. This instance already crossed from past to future. So what I like to present you finally, one day is whole life, and one day is new life. And where there is a will, there is a way. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaburagi Yoshihiro. Mr. Kaburagi talked about the long-standing relationship between India and Japan. He has talked about the principles that is followed in Panasonic, then Toyota, some of the leading brands of Japan. And he has mentioned about the similarities in different aspects of life between the people in the Northeast India and those of Japan. You'll be glad to know that I was the guide of Major Honda and General Fujiwara when they visited Manipur in search of the bones. That was in the early 1970s when I was in the college. After that, the communication, the linkage was good, and then we have a peace museum now, which is run under the initiative of a group where Dr. Dabali was also a member, and Dr. Dabali was also honored by the Japanese embassy for his initiative in this. About a food habit, natto is loved here. It's a very popular site dish in Manipur. So with Mr. Kaburagi, the session ends, and the key takeaway in this session is that the key takeaway of today's session is that the Northeast, if we have to go ahead, have to work together as a group. We have to strengthen our capacity in different aspects, and we need to have a proper think tank which can work at the ground, both inside and outside the country, to understand the nitty-gritties of doing business with the other country, and that we have to leverage our diaspora, and that the last is basically about the relationship between India and Japan. And I do hope that the initiative of Mr. Kaburagi to have a non-profit organization linking the Northeast and the northern part of West Bengal with Japan, a grand success. With this, I thank the four panelists, Mr. Toko Tatung, the Honorable MLA of Arunachal and the President of the Arunachal Pradesh Chamber of Commerce, Professor W. Chan Babu Singh, Vice Chancellor of Dhanmanjari University and Manipur Technical University, Sri Ridip Baparnas of the Assam Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and Mr. Kaburagi Yoshihiro, retired Deputy Managing Director, Panasonic Private Limited, Japan, for the insightful presentation. And I also thank the audience who had been very patient and had devoted their time. And I do hope that some of you have taken back some of the ideas which our panelists have presented. With this, I declare that the session is closed, and thank you very much to each and one of you. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of today's sessions of the Manipur Global Buyers and Sellers Summit 2025, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, chairpersons, delegates and participants for making this day truly enriching and inspiring. We cordially invite you all to the cultural evening and dinner at Classic Grande Imphal, where tradition meets elegance and where conversations continue beyond the conference hall. Please join us there this evening for an unforgettable experience of Manipur hospitality. We look forward to welcoming you all again tomorrow morning for another exciting day of technical sessions and business interactions as part of the Manipur Global Buyers and Sellers Summit 2025. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Arigato gozaimasu. Punamapu kurumchari. Would like to